I've got bruised souls, cause I'm way gone, trying to find my way back home. Count my bones as in desert crumbs flow. I'm gonna turn all of my stones.
Rock bottom make a man and some pressure make a gemstone. Trying to put a dollar to my name like Creflo. Naja boy, late to the game, it's in the blood flow. And I'm from the south, it's thick skin and tough bone. Big attitude through big lips with gusto. Trust no kings, that's why they tried to crush souls. But it's IGBO, when the dust blow, this old head be standing there. No silver, just gold. Crack no books on the hustle, I was born to grind. Yo, scared of your potential, I'm adorned with mine. 30 times around the sun, man, of course I shine. A legacy will not dwarf with time. And in my daughter's eyes, it's basic, I must not say quit. Every day sees a present like a Rob St. Nick. Walk a fine line between tenacious and patient. I can't slip, I'm fighting clocks and they can't win.
I've got bruised souls, cause I'm way gone, trying to find my way back home. Count my bones as in desert crumbs flow. I'm gonna turn all of my stones. I've got bruised souls, cause I'm way gone, trying to find my way back home. Who that soldier in the mirror? Oh, oh. I'm gonna turn all of my stones.
Impeccably I flow, hardest raps you know, breaking status quo, reaping what I sow, artistry like Van Gogh. Get it from my mama, hip so thick that I need tenfold. Personality, spicy body banging like a bongo. Cause black women been it since Timbuktu, since Pharaoh. Sponge rollers and hot combs, lips, cheeks and brow bones. If you ain't for the culture, then please stay out of my zone. These little dummy rappers could never grace my headphones. See, I'm from a place in space where ain't no storytelling, you just had to have been there. If you want the battle, ain't no problem, say where. I got so much experience, I can't even play fair. But I'ma keep evolving and growing and hurting feelings and showing. You need endurance to go in, I got mileage on this pen. I've been busy cause I've been out here schooling all these kids. Took 3 decades to have this glow up that I did.
I've got bruised souls, cause I'm way gone, trying to find my way back home. Count my bones as in desert crumbs flow. I'm gonna turn all of my stones. I've got bruised souls, cause I'm way gone, trying to find my way back home. Who that soldier in the mirror? Oh, oh. I'm gonna turn all of my stones. Turn all of my
checking shoes last night to see if he was barefoot. Is that still the case? Is he barefoot? Because I know on Facebook somebody posted a picture of these could be his shoes, or is that so he is presumed to be barefoot at this point?
What I can say is that his mom says all of his shoes are accounted for at the house. I'm not going to say that he's barefoot.
All right.
Allegedly!
Hello everyone and welcome back to my channel. This is Lady Freedom here coming at you with another raw narrative. Here's a brief disclaimer for tonight's show. Let's watch.
That's ignorant! Allegedly, that's ignorant! Ignorant.
Judgment, Arthur.
Chloe, you read my thoughts. You've got the shinin.
You mean shining?
Shh, you wanna get sued?
Judgment, Arthur.
You just use that shin of yours to call me and I'll come a running. But don't be reading my mind between 4 and 5. That's Willie's time.
Hey, yo, Bob. I love him when he does that.
Let's watch.
Don't get me back to good bullshit.
Hello everyone and welcome back to my channel. This is Lady Freedom here coming at you with another raw narrative. And it's so good to be here with you guys tonight. Thank you all so much for joining in the conversation. And I see you guys asking about JLR in the chat, and that's a great question, Brad. So JLR is, like I told Bo, having a full-time job, right? And so even when there's like a bunch of, stuff going on, he's right there. I know that there were some, I guess it could be receipts shown that he was arrested at the airport is the last thing that I heard on that, but I haven't seen anything else. on that subject. But then I also got a screen grab of him just a few days ago when he was like, "Hi," doing his thing, "Hello, hello," how he does that. And yeah, he's just like he's always going. There's Brad's comment. I was looking for it. Yeah, so and then also I did post about him, the little bitch that he is, and how he doesn't want to like, well, not to be crude or anything, and it's night court. I don't want to mix this with Gannon's case or Sebastian's case, but he doesn't seem to like girls, but he sure does act like one. And blaming, victim blaming or just blaming Magnolia. So I did post that. But he has a full-time job. And then every time I see him do like the hello, 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 welcome in, well, hello, hello, with his hands waving around, I think of his ex-girlfriend talking about snuggle, snuggle, snuggle. And then I'm like, ugh, then, Mrs. Fresh, Fresh, Fresh. And it's just, he's just a full time. He is a full time. But thank you, Brad. Yeah, I'm like, how many hours do you have? Because I know that Molly has been covering him. Then he's got all the archives of, all of the crazy things he's done because he's trolled a lot of people. Even, politicians and the whole nine. So he definitely likes to go to political rallies and, troll whoever's there, so and Gail, it's so good to see you. I did hear a an update on Middle E, right? So he got a Make-A-Wish from the Make-A-Wish Foundation, and so he got to go and do that. So, I'm really excited to share that news, and thank you for asking, Gail, because I might have forgotten, to do an update as well, so I appreciate you asking. Um, so I've been going over these interviews with, Al Stauch, right? And just a brief disclaimer before we get started on these, because we're going to go over the case and deep dive it, some of the old feelings that I had when I first heard these interviews were kind of, you know, kind of churned up a bit, right? Because we're going to hear a couple different stories tonight. I've dropped quite a few videos in the last couple days on this, mainly because I want to make sure we get everything out. Um, in the first 48 hours of Gannon being reported as a runaway, the El Paso County Sheriff's Office did the most to investigate this case. And so we're only collectively, right? We're in this together, on the second day, right? So Gannon is reported missing on the evening of January 27th, 2020. The very next day, there are things popping off like crazy. So we have the dispatch audio, right, where Letitia initially calls 911. She gives some information and they transfer her, or they give her the phone number to the central dispatch. And so she calls there, the non-emergency line, and reports Gannon. So that's what started everything. The ball rolling, right? And then we watch the body cam footage, right? So everything that they're doing, maybe with the exception of it really was an emergency. Gannon was obviously, his life was taken. And time is always of the essence. But arguably, if she's telling them that he ran away or that he was just at his friend's house and didn't come home, maybe they don't see that as a huge emergency, right? And I understand that. But everything else in succession, they didn't stop. They did not hesitate to gather every single bit of information that they could. Now, when we look at Sumner County Sheriff's Office, we don't see the same um, hunger for investigating a case, right? We don't see that same gusto or that same angst to get the case where it needs to be, right? Because at this point, they don't know what they're dealing with, but they're gathering information to help them understand it. That should happen every single time. Now, I'm not saying that Sumner County Sheriff's Office did not collect a butt ton of information in the first 7 days in Sebastian's case. But they were focusing only on one area, which really stifled the investigation, in my opinion. Because if you're not looking at every option and doing your due diligence and following clues that and cues, right? You have the body cam. You're telling me that you're not watching this body cam and seeing Letitia on there and her duper's delight and her I am fashion and her being an idiot and you asking, was Gannon wearing a jacket? And she goes on and on about how she's, got him matching clothes and all of this, right? Um, shows him shows the officers his closet. Again, they're trying to identify if Gannon was left with a coat or a jacket because it was cold, right? It's Colorado. It was cold. Um, so again, and at the end of January, but they're doing all of this. They're gathering all of this information, and we just don't see that in Sebastian's case. We don't see them looking at every option. As a matter of fact, they're following exactly what they said they were doing, and that's operating under the assumption that Sebastian just walked off. And that's it. So, when we think about that, and we're listening to the way that this is going, um, and again, like I said, I've put out all of the information from start to finish, from the time it gets called in, right? Until even some camera beforehand, right? And we're going to get into some of the events that led up to this as we go along. But again, I'm still stuck on these interviews and the second day because they meet at Starbucks, right, in the morning, and then later on they want them to come back in for an interview on the 28th. But Al's the only one that shows up, and Letitia is really refusing, and she's saying that she wants a lawyer right off the bat. Now, we're going to see Al. Again, a disclaimer, because I'm not trying to bash Al, especially at this point in the game, because look, he's gone through enough. But it really did bring up a lot of the older feelings. And also, probably because I personally have gone through a divorce with some of the same elements that you're seeing where, oh, my new wife is just like so much better, right? And some of that narcissistic behavior. Now, just because I point it out doesn't mean that I'm bashing Al or that I don't like him, because I'm fond of Al because of the way that he does turn it around and he does start telling the truth, right? And he does start standing with Landon and saying, this is his mom. She loves him, the whole 9 yards. But I just want to preface that in case somebody, because I know this case is tough for everyone. And thank you so much for being here, guys. Again, I'm kind of exploding with a lot of information because I haven't been on in a while. So it's so good to see everyone coming in. Hey, KJ Mac, good to see you too. And Kylie, Kylie's nail candy is here. And let's see, and hello, Chuchi, little Miss Sharon. I just want to make sure I say hello to everybody. But welcome in, guys. And Susie is here. Good to see you, Susie. But yeah, we just have a lot to get into. So I'm going to skip over and save for tomorrow. Hey, Witchy Mama. I'm going to save the 911 call and everything on Letitia's end of it. And also, I have another video on why. And if you guys don't want to watch it without the commentary, you're welcome to go over and watch it on the videos. But it's kind of why Letitia's now getting a second chance, right, to prove her innocence when she's already been convicted, when there's a mountain of evidence. I just wanted everybody to kind of be understanding of, what we're dealing with here. And there's still a lot of unknowns. But there was an expert that was talking about it. They got some lawyers in there and interviewed them. So I kind of put all that together for you guys just so you can watch it. But again, I want to focus on these two interviews together and not muddy the waters too much, because I think it's important that we go over them and watch how Al's story changes. And again, he is, you know, some of the things are going to be very contradictory. So I want them to be kind of fresh on our minds as we go through it. Let's see here. All right. So we have Al's first solo interview, and it did put up the Starbucks interview. So there's a couple of detectives that we'll get to kind of know that were heading up the investigation. Um, Again, you're not gonna see it. It's not, like one of the shows on TV, right? Where it's like one detective and they're like the rock star and they solve everything on their own. This is absolutely a team effort. It's a shame, in my opinion, that the judge risked this, and took the gamble. Um, but again, here we are. And we do have the law enforcement officers, in my opinion, doing the most, right? So they did invite Al in for another interview to talk with him. They wanted Letitia to come. I don't know at this point, because they did the Starbucks interview, right? So the detectives um, that are mainly working everything is going to be Jessica Bethel, and then you also have which was someone at the Starbucks, right, that was questioning Al and Letitia about Gannon's disappearance. And then there's also Riley, right? And he's going to be in the one that's in the interview room with Al. And we also have Michaela, who was busted in the head with the poor girl, poor lady, um, by Letitia with the monster, right? The closed Monster energy drink. I mean, she just whops her a good one. And knocks her in the head, and luckily they were able to get her. She slipped the cuffs. Um, it's really a sensitive video, or the copyright's heavy on it, so I had to do some shorts, which one of them was restricted, but I wanted to show you guys like what happened when she was arrested in Myrtle Beach. Because then even during the trial, she was being super disrespectful, right? Flipping everybody off. The judge was telling her he was going to bolt her to the table, right, if she didn't behave herself. I also put that in these videos as well. Not these with Al, but the ones that I posted. So feel free to go back and watch those, but we'll go over those tomorrow during the day. It's just been a lot to get out. But I've, enjoyed making the videos for you guys. But yeah, we'll see mainly Bethel at this point. And then moving forward, there's going to be some more officers who will be interviewing, because again, then after the 28th, we have the 29th where the women are going to be interviewed, right? So Al was interviewed. Letitia is refusing to show up there, right? Saying she wants a lawyer, telling Al, I want a lawyer. And Al's like, okay, that's weird, right? But then he goes back for another interview, which he wasn't asked for. And he went back to speak to the authorities, to the investigators. Riley, in particular, was the one that he probably was dealing with the whole time. But he starts coming clean, and everything that he says in the first solo interview that we're about to watch right now um, is pretty much bullshit, right? Like it's probably halfway true, right? And I also want to preface the fact that I think that Letitia was abusing Al. And I know that sounds weird, but I just want people to know that that does happen to men too, and it never should be shameful. It's very hurtful and sad, and it's manipulative. It's a manipulation more than a physical thing, right? And it's really, it could do a very big damage to someone. We talked about it here. Um, and Brenda, so good to see you. Hey, Holly. Eva Lee says, I'm not good at names, but thank you in the channel. Oh, you're welcome, Eva Lee. Thank you for being here. Yeah, just ask away. And Chuchi has been helping me with this too, with this timeline. And And I'm like, wait, wait, wait. I'm only on the 28th. Because as I said before, guys, and I'm going to keep hitting this home, these detectives hit the pavement, right? They hit the ground running. They're trying to find Gannon. Now, how come we don't see that with Sebastian? I mean, because there's so many similarities here in the stories and the way that the relationships dynamic between Al and Letitia shifts. So, in other words, if Katie and Chris were in this, are in this role where the child is missing out of their care, so to speak, right? One of their care, and it's Katie, the biological mother. So it's a little bit of a switch. But again, if they didn't have anything to do with the disappearance, one of the parents, they wouldn't be sticking together like this, like Chris and Katie are. They would be divided, right? Katie would be like, oh my God, you hurt my son, right? Or Chris would be like, oh my God, you hurt your own son, so I don't want you around my daughter, right? Because that's the first thing I would think is that if you're capable of hurting your own child, then you're not allowed to be around mine. We heard about the cameras that were in the Proudfoot residence when there was a warrant that was served last year. Um, that did come from Chris's camp. He did share that with Nerdy Addict. I've shown it on the show here, right? We've discussed it. Um, I don't know if he put the cameras in Faith's room because maybe he doesn't trust Katie, but it's just odd that they stuck together. And if when we see this shift in this dynamic, as we're going to see it, Al already knows what a shit bum Letitia is. Like, wait till you hear, if you guys are not familiar with Gannon's case, wait till you hear some of the shit that Tisha, has pulled on Al, right? And he just kind of keeps putting up with it, keeps putting up with it. You know, it's a very divided situation as it is. Um, but he's steady over there, oh babe, blah 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 blah. And he's making up excuses for her in this first interview. So I get in the beginning, if you don't know, and you're like Al here that we're going to see, where some of this would be explained, right? And nobody's going to handle it perfectly. We're just sitting here, um, Monday morning quarterback, right? Or hindsight's always 2020. But again, we're going to look at this analytically and realistically. But I don't hate anybody, or I don't think that Al is a bad father. I don't think, anybody's a bad father. I just think that, some of these dynamics that we're going to talk about exist. And, I can't just not point them out. And then as we go along, again, I'm going to, continue to introduce Chris and Katie into this and how the Sumner County Sheriff's Office absolutely dropped the ball on Sebastian Rogers' case. Um, Brenda says, I think the Foots pushed the autistic child eloping, and Sumner County bought it hook, line, and sinker. And Brenda, I think so too, because I don't think Ken Weiner is a horrible person. I don't think he's a bad guy. I think actually he was one of my favorites in the beginning because he took the time to go talk to other officers that had similar cases. He got himself more familiarized with autism, right? Spectrum disorder, how that, pertains to a missing child. And I was very glad that he did that because in the beginning, I was thinking that maybe Sebastian had walked off and got to the water because there's a lot of water in Sumner County and around the area, right? And there's a lot of woods too. So if I didn't know that Sebastian was barefoot or that he didn't, like bugs or the dark or being dirty, and that he was allergic to grass, for crying out loud, then I probably would think for one that he might have went into the woods even. And if he went into the woods and, went too far and couldn't figure out how to get out, then he would be lost out there, right? And they just need to find him. But the water was a big one, and I was so glad when they said they were bringing in cave experts and all of that in the beginning. And I'm not saying that they didn't pull out all the stops as if he was, in close vicinity on foot without shoes or with them. Let's just say even if he did have shoes on, right, that night. Um, I guess that would be a good poll. How many of you guys think that Sebastian was even wearing shoes or wasn't he? Because I mean, I think that that part is a big thing, right? But I also think that if Sebastian didn't make it home, why the hell would they take his shoes off and bring those back to the house? See where we're stuck? So, um, but again, I agree, Brenda, and that really well said. I think they did. They bought it, and I think that they should have looked at it from every single angle and worked it accordingly. I understand that that's probably difficult, but if you can expend all of those resources the way they did in the area, they could have taken some of them out to explore some other options, especially when we look at Mr. Foot, right? I mean, let's be honest, he's got the mullet, he's got the baby curl, right? He's party in the back, baby curl in the front. That's a huge red flag for me. I'm sorry, I almost couldn't say that with a straight face. But no, I'm just teasing. But really, I mean, Chris is a creepy guy. He brags about the horrible ways that he treats Sebastian. He thinks it's acceptable. So I know I love Tisha. I know I love it. Chuchi, that's exactly who she is. Tisha, aka Exorcist Emily Rose. What were we talking about? The Grudge? Because I was saying she looks like the Ring character, but I was thinking that no, and Chuchi's like, oh no, it's the Grudge. And I'm like, oh, that's right, the Grudge character. Like any of the ones that have their freaking hair all creepy in their face, like that bitch is fucking scary. I'm afraid of Letitia. I'm not afraid of a lot of people, but I'm afraid of that bitch. She's crazy as hell. And I don't mean that she doesn't know what she's doing. She knows exactly what she's doing. When she busts that lady, that poor woman in the head, Michaela in the head with the monster, right before she does it, she does a little grin on her face, a little smirk, right? It's not a grin, it's a smirk. And then she takes the friggin' can and whacks that lady cold. Eva Lee, thank you so much for your $5. Oh, thank you for all you do. Oh, thank you. Thank you so much, Eva Lee. That's so sweet of you. Um, Man, guys, she's scary as hell, that one. I wouldn't want to take a ride with her, you know? Cinderella thinks she's possessed. She looks like it, right? I'm like, I need some holy water. The power of Christ compels you, you know? Oh my God. We try to stay on the eye to keep the calm, but that means they have us in their hold. Yeah. Oh, absolutely. With the narcissist, it's best to evaluate rather than think you can ride out the storm. This is a narcissist. Yes. Oh, absolutely. Yeah. And that's the thing. I mean, you're always constantly walking on eggshells. KJ, you're so right. Yeah. You're just like trying to weather that storm. And sometimes it's like it's scary because when there's nothing going on, because that's the calm right before. And but I think it's important. Misbehave the mullet. Sorry guys. Like, why are you guys laughing? Sorry, I'm behind. Yeah, it's the grudge, witchy, because I was thinking the possessed or grand. Yes, yeah. I thought it was the ring. I thought it was like the thing that you see after the ring. I'm like, which one does that weird crawling around? And I'm like, and there's hair in her face or whatever. And Chuchi said it's the Grudge. I was like, okay, well there you go. He could go. Could you imagine all the shenanigans if Chris would, hey KJ, if Chris would just come clean? Could you imagine all of the freaking shenanigans? Oh my God, he could pull so much shit with his mullet. He could have a freshly greased baby curl in the front, right? The mullet in the back, and he could just be riding whatever bike of choice that his little heart desires. But instead, he's standing next to Katie, um, you know, When are you going to start talking, Chris, if you weren't involved? Because this is the dynamic we're about to see unfold in front of us here, guys. And I'm here to tell you, if there's zero involvement from one parent and the other parent does something horrific like this, or disappears a whole kid, the other parent that has no involvement is going to run for the hills, especially if they're a parent and they have a kid themselves, especially, right? I mean, wow. Runs with Scissors says, my biggest question is why and how was Seth not notified about 5 CPS cases? Oh, Runs with Scissors, you got me there. Shouldn't that CPS worker face charges? Well, she was fired. But, in my opinion, if Seth never requested those reports, she'd still be working for them. I don't know. Maybe I'm a schmuck, but if I was responsible for that, I'd probably resign. If a little boy that I was supposed to be responsible for and I had visited the home 5 times, or I was the third or fourth, maybe even the second one on the case, and this little boy or little person went missing or young person went missing, I would feel responsible. Um, but that's just me. I don't know. But she just kept on with her merry way. They let her, go about things, and honestly, thank God for whoever, leaked that information out so people started getting, more acquainted with that, because then Seth was notified. I can't tell you why he wasn't, though, to begin with. Because I think it's part of the being a mandated reporter, then you would have to disclose that. I would think. I know you have to disclose any information that you know once you know it, because that's what makes you a mandated reporter. But I'm just saying, I don't understand why they wouldn't that wouldn't fall under the umbrella of what they're held to, being that. So it's really beyond me. Um, why that happened the way it did. And again, I just really feel like she would have never been reprimanded had Seth not been aware. Oh, yeah. Well, and see, that's the thing. A lot of people, you know, say it's always the stepmom, the evil stepmom and everything, but a lot of times the stepdads are horrible. I mean, I call him a stepfoot, you know, because he's so horrible. I can't even call him Sebastian's stepdad. Oh, absolutely, Brenda. And the thing is that I think Katie should be held accountable for it too. Because again, you do not keep that information. I mean, I know that's not something you probably want to share with your ex, or whatever, but I mean, it's not about your feelings, it's about your kids, their well-being, their best interests. You're exactly right. My goodness, I can't believe I've not been your channel. Aw, this whole time. Aw, that's awesome, Evilly. Well, I'm glad that you're here, and thank you so much for being here. That's awesome. Thank you. KJ says, at a minimum, every CPS case that Seth was not notified about should have been reopened to include him properly before being resolved. Well, see, there's still a fifth report that's open. There's still a fifth report that is open, which is, I mean, I don't know why they're keeping it open still, and Seth hasn't had access or won't have access to it until it's closed, and that's the best of my understanding. Um, but that is, I mean, I think personally that that is the biggest piece to why Sebastian is missing, right? It's everything with CPS. It's the ultimatums. It's the, back and forth with Chris. It's Chris being the narcissist. Like, he is Letitia in this, right? that's where we see another role reversal, but it's the same behavior, right? Because we're all humans, even if we're a different gender, right? Or whatever. Um, so again, going back to that, I mean, when it comes to Al, he is the biological father, right? But he doesn't have involvement. That's when he starts to realize all of this. It's like his head's hurting. You can see him. He's sitting there with his head in his hands, like, oh my God, right? Because now he's got to come clean. Now he's gonna look like a liar, right? Because he was making excuses. But again, we see this in abusive relationships, especially when you're dealing with someone like Letitia. But even that has not included in, and the rest were not, procedurally correct. They need to be revisited. Oh, I agree with you, KJ Mac. I do. That's another piece of it where I don't understand how they were resolved, right? And that would be like, okay, it was unfounded, or was there stipulations placed on the family? I'm thinking, in my opinion, that there may have been some stipulations placed on the family, and Chris was like, "Well, hey, I'm already gonna leave, right? I'm gonna be working out of town, so I'm not even gonna be here. So me being here isn't even an issue, right?" And then they closed something, or then they closed it, but then they had to reopen it because there was still issues, you know. Yeah, Brenda. I mean, I think everything together, everything leading up to, because and then we have the piece with Faith and everything that was going on, that there was going to be a review, a court review. And family court, when they do those types of things, alarm bells are going to go off for the types of things that were in the reports. Again, we don't know exactly what was in the reports, but Seth told us, right? He said it to everyone. It's out there, been out there, that if we read these reports, we would have nightmares. We wouldn't be able to sleep. That's how horrible the shit in these reports were. And don't forget, guys, do not forget that Sebastian was seeing a therapist, and it wasn't just for, his autism. He was doing that at school and things like that. But he was seeing a therapist for some of the issues that were going on. So we don't even know from Sebastian's perspective what was going on there. I'd like to know it from his perspective. Fuck these CPS reports. Because they obviously didn't put what was really going on. And if they put it so horribly to that extent, and he was still left in those conditions, which it seems like he was, and I'm not talking about a dirty home. I'm talking about hell, even if it's a clean house with food in it. Again, you can't just judge it by just, nothing is just in black and white and absolute like that. Yeah, there was food in the house. Yeah, it was clean. It was still hell for Sebastian. Them calling him names like they were, scaring him so bad he's having stomach issues. That's another thing with Gannon. Like, he had stomach issues since he was little, but do you think that his stomach issues were getting better with being in a house of stress? Because I'm here to tell you, my stomach hurts when I'm stressed out. You're damn right it does. Whoops. But yeah, I mean, come on now. Think of it being a little person and not having any control over your environment. So, hey, Groot, good to see you. You haven't missed a bit of the interview. I've just been gabbing away, behind in chat as usual. Hey, Sammy, good to see you. DCFS ordered family therapy. Yeah, yeah, and fancy them not telling Seth that. Horrible, horrible, horrible. You know. And I think some of the tough behaviors come from that evilly. I do. I'm sorry that you had to deal with that, hun. But yeah, yeah. I mean, I think the Navy, we have to evaluate everything, right? We have to check everything off. When the military is involved, some people like to take that, and amplify it, right? And there's a reason why people actually sign up for that. That's not imposed on them. They sign up to be in the military. You know, Mr. Crispy the Seaman might remember that. All right, here we go, guys. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to my channel. This is Lady Freedom here, coming at you with another raw narrative. Today, we will be discussing Gannon's story. G-Man grew to become all of our hero. Now, years after his stepmomster was brought to justice, the same court system failed Gannon Stauch. He never deserved any of this, not one single bit of it. Let's watch.
His stepmother was arrested for his murder. The defense admitting she killed him in opening statements, but said she had, quote, no idea what she was doing at the time. Questions into her mental state were a large focus of the trial before she was found guilty in May of 2023. Now she'll have another chance to argue her innocence. The court's ruling is also devastating the Lorison Ranch neighborhood. That's where Gannon's family lived, also bringing frustration for his biological parents.
Here we go,
All right, guys. So here's Letitia, right? And she is out for New Year's. So this is 12/31/19, right before the stroke of midnight, apparently. 27 days before she allegedly took Gannon's life, right? Her stepson. She's out of Colorado Springs, this one, a nut bar. Also ties to Myrtle Beach and a lot of over here on the East Coast. Yeah, just living it up. Okay, and I also want to point out that Al is not there, right? Al's not there. She's kind of being the loudest one there and loud and pulling up her pants and all that, the whole bit. And then, Al's nowhere to be found. And we're going to hear later on that Letitia liked to do these things and she would leave the kids by themselves with Harley most of the time. But sometimes Harley was doing her own thing and out and driving and all this, right? She's 17. And so the kids would often be home by themselves with Gannon to look after his sister, who was 8 years old, right? Lena is his sister and she's only 8 years old. She's that little cutie pie that we had on the screen with her family, right? So here we go.
You can look at the same evidence 100 times and still miss it.
Following the Starbucks interview.
Oh, and one more thing, guys. I wanted to say a big shout out to Lady Justice here. She's got a channel where she just does like factual information. She does the FOIAs. She does commentary, really great commentary. And so I appreciate her putting these out in the way that she did in the order. Some of the text messages are going to be blurred out. Those are just how she wanted to put them up there. So again, she paid for, a lot of this information to come fresh to her. And so whatever, however it is presented, I'm just grateful for it because she does a great job of reading it off. I've also added in some closed captioning so that way we can see what's being said when it's very low. I've also taken these interviews and amplified them like times 3 and then the 4th time for the final cut. So I've tried to enhance the audio as much as possible because Al does talk a little bit low. Sometimes he's mumbling. Also, I was trying to pick up on what was being said over the phone, seeing if the closed captioning could grab onto that as well. So we can have a good understanding of what was being said, just so you guys know. So now, again, Gannon Stauch was reported missing by his stepmother on January 27th, the evening of January 27th. They immediately sent police to the location where they did a general search of the area of the home, and spoke with Letitia. And then the next day, there was a Starbucks interview, right, with Al and Letitia. And now that's where we've left off here. But again, where is the body camera footage for Sebastian Rogers? Where is the dispatch audio for Sebastian Rogers? Why do we not have any of this information, and does it even exist?
Letitia receives a text message from Deborah Locklear asking, "Do you think he ran away?" And then Letitia responds, "No." And then at 2:16 p.m., Letitia sends a photo of what appears to be Gannon walking outside. Although you can't really tell that it's Gannon, she sends it to Sergeant Hess. Then at 2:23, Harley sends a text to Letitia, "What are you doing?" She sends a dog pic. Then at 4:03 p.m., Al sends a text message to Letitia, "Send the address," to which she replies, 27 East Vermijo Avenue across 4 Courthouse. And then between 4:04 and 4:17, Letitia sends a text message to someone in the sheriff's office, "We have a question." I find it funny that she said, "We have a question." I didn't see where Al had asked any question. It was her who had a question. She's trying to control this investigation so that the heat is never on her. To which he responds, "Okay." Letitia says, "Want us to look rag or band-aids from our burns from the candle? It might also have DNA to go with the toothbrush. It may be in the trash downstairs. Look for. I didn't want to gross you out." To which the detective replies, "A brush or toothbrush should be sufficient for right now. But if it's readily available, bring it. No need for you to have to search for it right now."
Okay, guys, so the request for the toothbrush is another reason why Al went up to the police station. Now, arguably, we can say that this was a strategy by detectives to have Al come back to the police station because, as I said before, earlier in the day, they met with Jessica Bethel and Detective Riley at Starbucks. Al and Letitia did. So I think that it's probably safe to say that they had Al come, they said, "Hey, could you guys bring us a toothbrush?" Right? So here's Letitia saying, "I can bring you some of the dressings, right, from Gannon's wounds, the poor baby. Um, Hello, all that is unseen. Good to see you and good to have you here." Um, just totally awful, right? And then she's saying, "I don't want to gross you guys out." I mean, they're detectives. They've seen much worse. And they're about to see much worse in your own home, Letitia. You know what you did there. And, you know, it's just disgusting. So then we have them saying this toothbrush is going to be just fine, right? It's going to be sufficient for now, but it's just readily available, bring what you can. You know, basically just saying we don't give a shit, just get your butt up here, right? And the toothbrush will help with DNA and things. Again, I think it was a reason to invite them back there, right? Can you bring us this? And it's also gauging to see whether they're going to, bring what's needed or if they're going to, pitch a fit like Letitia does.
And Letitia says, "No problem. What time do you leave?" Then at 4:25 p.m., Letitia calls Al and they speak for 1:41. Immediately following that phone call, Harley sends a text to Letitia, "Where did you go?" "I will text you in 10 minutes or so." "Where's Lena?" "Never mind, she's here. She was on her bed. Don't open for anyone." "Where are you going?" "I said I would text you in 10 minutes. Harley sends a question mark. "Something isn't right. I think they're hiding something." "Who? The police?" "They asked for toothbrushes." "Yes."
Okay, so Tisha's like super paranoid, right, at this point. And again, Harley's 17. We can see this element of Letitia just like going and leaving, and then, here's Lena, and, you know, I know that Harley's old enough, obviously well old enough to take care of Lena, but she's charged with this task, and we're going to find out more about that dynamic also, and about how Letitia tells Al that, her daughter doesn't need to be babysitting his kids, and some really screwed up things in my opinion, but then again, she just takes out randomly. I also want to speak to Harley's age and how she is very dependent on Letitia for direction, and Letitia is absolutely ordering her around. And, you know, at that age, you would think that Harley could make executive decisions, but we're going to find out that there is a very toxic dynamic between Harley and Letitia, her biological daughter. It's not Al's daughter. her father Chance passed away, so he was no longer in the picture at all. Obviously, rest his soul. So there's that. But again, I just want to, point out that, it's just like Harley doesn't do crap without getting approval from Letitia still. Even at the age of 17, she's, pining for guidance and acceptance from her mother, which is very toxic, and we'll see that play out.
What do you think they're hiding? And then at 4:40 p.m., Al sits for his first interview with detectives at the El Paso Sheriff's Office.
Whoops. Oh, and I also want to say to you guys that Letitia has been known to impersonate Harley. So if Harley is texting somebody back, sometimes it wasn't Harley, it was Letitia. And we're going to hear more about that as well. I just want to let you guys know that in terms of what we're seeing on the phones and how it's playing out, it might not always be Harley, or it might be, right? We're not 100% because a lot of times Letitia would do things like text from other people's phones, like say she's texting herself from, Harley's phone and vice versa, or texting people back as Harley. So I just want to put that out there, even though these messages are coming from one phone to the other, it might not be Harley, it might be Letitia, just to throw it out there. Oh, kind of like JLR. That's another new thing I heard about JLR. Uh, possibly sending letters to TMZ, stuff like that, right? Some shady shit, like that.
Gene, all right. Can I get you anything?
I'm okay.
All right.
All right, all right, guys. I am going to I'm going to back that up, and I just want your honest opinion if you guys heard a fart, because I did hear a fart and I did not put that in there. That is not a sound bite. I do think that Al farted in this moment, and again, I took the audio and I messed with the volume, right? I enhanced it, and I swear to God, I think Al might have farted right here. So we're just gonna back it up a little bit, and because I just want people to know that I did not add in a fart.
At the El Paso Sheriff's Office.
First name is Eugene.
Eugene?
Yeah.
All right. Can I get you anything?
I'm okay.
All right.
I swear he ripped ass. I swear he ripped ass. Chuchi, the sequence of this sequence of emojis. But I just want everyone to know that that was not me. Oh, I swear to God he did. And this was me last night when I'm listening to this, right? I'm like, oh yay, I got it. Okay, it's enhanced 3 times, and I'm gonna do it one more time, make it as loud as I can without, messing it up or distorting it. And I get the fart. And I think I would have never got that fart if it wasn't. But I didn't address it because I'm trying to be serious. But then now that we're live, I was like, we gotta address this. Okay, so one more time just to make sure that
I'm okay.
All right.
I swear to God. It was the chair. Brenda says it was the chair. You guys, I'm glad you enjoyed just a good old-fashioned joke like I do. I swear, though, I did not put that in there. I've done that after Chris Broadfoot, though. See, this is why. Because my reputation is that I put fart noises after what Chris Broadfoot has said before, because it was so funny. Chuchi says, ooh, that smell. Oh, shit. can't you smell that? And that these rooms are small. I mean, and Bo says the smell that surrounds you. Oh my gosh. And I'm sorry though, because Al, I swear he probably thought when he sat on the cushion it was gonna not be as, it was gonna be softer and it might have been softer, but then now that I enhanced the audio, and you guys have no idea how long that takes. I had to keep saving it and saving it. This is what I get, when your hard work pays off. No, I'm just kidding. Oh, geez, Louise. I'm sorry you guys are just now what's in like to be a child of a Navy. Oh, no, it's okay. Hey, evilly, we don't judge those types of things here because everybody goes through what they go through and they come out of it because they survived it, so yeah, if all opinions are welcome, especially if you've gone through something, because an experience will, show you a different perspective on things. Um, but yeah, guys, and I'm sorry, I do see Al kind of shifting around nervously because I think he knows he farted, but then he was like, "Oh, I didn't think it was gonna be that loud," and then he's kind of lifting up his shirt. Okay, okay. All right, I'm sorry. We had to get a good laugh in. All right, one more time and then we're getting serious about this.
First name is Eugene.
Eugene?
Yeah.
All right. Can I get you anything?
I'm okay.
All right.
All right, I forgot we have a little bit till the detective comes in. Oh, here we go.
Hey,
Okay, here
Eugene,
we
can
go.
you call her and tell her to come down?
Yeah. I'll be right back, Eugene. Got a business card. Hello, sir. My name's Detective Berklich. Okay. I'm just going to collect this stuff from you. Sure. How old's this picture?
He's in 5th grade now, so.
Okay, so a year old,
Maybe.
basically?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Still pretty much looks the same?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Maybe a little taller.
Any missing teeth or anything like that?
I mean, he got one that kind of rotted out, but another one coming in, but nothing.
Okay.
Nothing.
Okay.
Ridiculous.
I know you had one before.
Yeah. Hey, Harley, go wake your mom up. Tell her she's got to come down here where I'm at. Is she asleep? Looks like her phone was off. So.
You guys got me laughing back here. Okay, so or I'm sorry, Witchy, I saw that. She says, hold on, the detective wiped his nose when he walked in. He smelled that one. Oh, and then I feel so bad because Al probably was like beside himself, right? Because again, I'm like that. If I have if I'm upset, my stomach hurts. I'm like, oh, I feel sick at my stomach, So maybe that was why it was gassy or something. But I just thought that was too funny. Too funny. Oh my gosh, you guys. Um Gail says I think so witchy. So with Al here, like I think that was Bethel that kind of peeked her head in and said, "Hey, tell Letitia to come on down," right? If you would give her a call and have her come down here, right? Because he's the only one that showed up with the toothbrush. And we're gonna see, him talking now. And you'll also see on the screen um, where Lady Justice put these in here, right? So it's gonna be Al FaceTiming to Harley, and you'll see him doing that right there. So he's trying to get a hold of Letitia, and again, you're going to see some of their phone conversations popping in.
Well, like, I'm pretty sure she left, but I don't know where she went.
Okay, well, keep trying to get in touch with her. Tell her she's got to come here, okay? All right, thank you, bye. Let me try it.
Okay.
Her phone's off or dead or something.
Okay. So we wanted to.
Okay, really quick, I'm just going to read these off to you guys. Albert said you need to go where he is at, and it's been 10 minutes. She says, huh? And that's Letitia in the blue. And then Harley says, I don't know. He felt, oh, excuse me. I don't know. He FaceTimed me, FT, me, and said, you need to go there, question mark. Okay, okay, I called them, says Letitia. And again, this was text thread between the two of them. Her daughter, Harley, 17.
I mean, this is a big deal, okay, for us. We don't want to mess anything up. So everything in here is recorded, okay? So we want to have a recording of everything, all the information is basically what we want, okay?
All right. So he says, this is really important to us, Al, right? And the way that he goes about this is, again, what you would expect, very strategic, like, and he says to him, look, this is super important to us, Al. We're very, invested in finding Gannon. We don't want to mess anything up. And also, he's telling him again, the reason why we've had you come in and sit down, right, and talk to us is because now we're going to be recording, even though they were recording before, but now we want to get everything recorded because we don't want to mess this up, right? And it's just, it hits a little bit differently knowing that Letitia has a new trial that may happen, right? So again, just want to point that out. The way the detectives are handling this is very professional, and just as they should be, getting, again, the parents to come back in because they've since the Starbucks interview, gone and spoke with all the neighbors and everybody, and followed up on everything they needed to follow up on from the morning, what they were told. And now they still are wanting to speak with Letitia and Al again. And he's saying, look, we're making sure that we're getting all the information. That's why we have some more questions for you, right? So again, strategic. This is how they were able to bring charges and find Gannon.
Because I know some of the stuff that we wrote down out at Starbucks, I know we weren't able to write everything down.
Okay.
So all I want is your portion of all this. We'll go over a little bit of background about Gannon, and then like through the weekend until you left, and we'll just kind of go from there. Okay.
And again, guys, here's a little symbol, right? So as this is happening, right, we have Harley FaceTiming with Letitia. So they went from texting to FaceTiming now.
So if you can give me some info, tell me about Gannon. What's his personality like?
Yeah,
what's schoolwork?
Fun.
Everything.
So he's straight A's. I mean, he's got his first B in reading, his past report card. So, but I mean, other than that, always does well. Very bright and intelligent. He's like I mentioned before. Me and my ex split up, divorced. So as soon as I got custody of them, I started as soon as I could taking them to counseling, just to in case they had any emotions from that. So he's been doing that, and once again,
Okay, so he says that once he got custody of Gannon, that he put Gannon in counseling. But he doesn't mention that Lena goes to counseling. Again, Lena's 8. Maybe it's not one size fits all. Maybe Lena wasn't experiencing any issues, and so they didn't feel it necessary. But it does make me pause and wonder, because later on we're going to hear that Gannon was going to counseling for other reasons. So I just want to point that out. And again, because we have a long kind of way to go until he starts being truthful. But I just want to point that piece out to remember.
You gave your partner the number to the doctor, Dr. Burtek, and I can.
How long or how many times a month does he go?
I'd say average once a month.
Okay.
And once again, I'll reiterate that I ask every time, or sometimes I even sit in there with them.
How has that gone?
That's what I was gonna say. Never has there been an issue. I mean, it's good. At first it took him a little bit to warm up, but
Sure.
but he's done good with it. And actually, he's asked to go once or twice. Like when he came back from Christmas, it's hard because he spent time with his mom. He came back, so he's like, I want to go to talk. Which I'm so glad that we decided to do that. So.
Okay, so again, I just want to reiterate with what is being said here, it does rub me the wrong way, right? Because I don't believe in bashing the other parent. Even if you think your new wife is the greatest or your new husband is the greatest, the child's parents should never, be alienated or bashed. Or so again, this is just like kind of judging up some old feelings, and it's not that I don't like Al or appreciate what he's doing for his son here. But again, this is kind of the shadier side of the excuse making and everything, and there's a lot of different dynamics at play here.
So he learns at a young age that it's okay.
So did he spend time with his mom here, or did he go to South Carolina?
Well, our arrangement is she gets summers and Christmas, and then she had come here one time, like I don't know, October, November, when we had that snowstorm. She came for a couple of days, but yeah, he went for whatever it was, 2 or 3 weeks at Christmas.
Okay.
Him and his little sister.
During his school break?
Yeah.
Okay.
So basically, yeah, they went the 20th, and then whenever it got back to 8th or something like that. So.
Yeah.
Okay, so they do have an arrangement, right, where they do get to see their mother, but it's not on a regular basis. But again, we're going to learn that Landon was also FaceTiming them every day, talking with them, texting, calling, that sort of thing. So a long distance type of situation. But again, with them being a military family, that does happen.
Good time there.
Yeah, everything was good. It's always, transition's always hard.
Sure.
But they both powered through it, and never have too much residual. And I make sure they have that access to their mom too.
Absolutely.
Well, and I'll say this, I think also that Al is being very dishonest, and it does rub me the wrong way, because he's basically saying, that there was a period of, which is going to happen, right? If you're always at your dad's and then you go to your mom's for 3 weeks and then you come back, it's going to be a transition period. But I also think that he's being very dishonest and blaming Landon for that. I think some of it has to do with the fact that, later on, Al will even say it over and over again, that the only thing that Gannon ever did wrong was to be his mother's boy, right? And I don't even want to call him a mama's boy. I just want to call him his mother's boy, right? He loved his mom, and they had a special connection and relationship. And Letitia was very jealous of that. And so, again, knowing that and hearing this piece of it, and how Al is trying to minimize his, the way that the family dynamic is in his household, and push it onto Landon, it's low down, right? But we're gonna see a shift. So
call and FaceTime and stuff. But no, leading up to when I left, I had a 2-week deal at Fort Sill. I had to go do some training,
right.
And he was fine. I mean, he didn't show any signs of like over the top sadness or tears or anything like that. It was like, "Oh, Daddy, I love you. I'll see you." When you get back.
Is that a fairly normal thing where you're leaving for training?
Yeah. Oh no, I don't go away a lot.
Okay.
Luckily, I'm full-time National Guard. I only have to go so often. But
okay.
Now my daughter, she took it pretty hard, which kind of surprised me. She was crying and okay.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah. Hello.
Albert Luna, how you doing?
Good. Who's this?
This is Lou.
Oh yeah.
Hey, I just spoke with your Veronica. She said that the police update the page.
Yeah. Hey Lou. Lou, I'm actually in the room with the investigator right now. Can I call you back? Yeah. No worries. Thanks, man. Appreciate you. I don't know who this freaking guy is.
I think there's probably a bunch of people wanting to help.
Yeah. Yeah. There's and so my ex's aunt knows anybody and everybody, and he's some kind of he does this on the side or for a living. He's ex Navy SEAL or something. So he's trying to get me to hire him, and I'm trying to sort through it all, now.
Well, I will just say I think that you will accept help from anyone, right? You're reaching out, people are offering help, and you're just trying to find your child, right? So I completely understand that aspect of it. I will say, we are seeing Al kind of nonchalant, kind of sitting back in the chair, kind of controlling the narrative, spinning it the way that he wants to, and then he's annoyed by someone who's trying to help. The officer absolutely picks up on this, I believe, and is kind of evaluating Al, in my opinion. He knows something is off. I can just see the way that he is looking at Al and his body language. And I know that they have the watermark over the top of him. And there's certain parts where like you could just see his ear perfectly in that hole. Um, I noticed that when I was editing. But he's kind of sitting back and letting Al just kind of do his thing in front of him, and he's just observing him, but I can tell that he can tell something is off as well with Al. Not that he has involvement per se, but absolutely that he is not being honest.
No, but like I was saying, leading up to leaving, there was no issues. It was just normal. Hey, I prepared him for it. Got 2 weeks. And my mom was actually there past couple of days before I left, so which kind of helped.
And you left on Sunday.
Left Sunday morning, I actually drove my mom to the airport Saturday night. So
Okay.
Saturday night I went to the airport, just chilled in the airport till my flight at like 0650 or something like that. Then I got to Oklahoma Sunday, and things were normal. I think she mentioned we talked about the stomach problems. He started having the stomach problems, which is, he's learning how to manage it, getting a little bit older. But
Sure.
he had a couple times a year.
Do you know what time about on Sunday that happened, or do you know?
No, I don't exactly, because I was flying and actually I took a little nap too because I was out of it from staying up all night.
Sure.
But I think they went on a little hike, and then he had that, and he gets really embarrassed about that, of course.
Sure. Absolutely.
So, but she didn't mention anything to me in the moment that he was really over the top, down in the dumps about it. Then,
how long has he had that?
Oh, so he was a premature baby, so he was like
Okay.
1 pound when he was born. So he's kind of had that his whole life.
Okay,
in
so
fact,
it's not a new thing.
No, sir.
Okay.
In fact, when he was a little fella, it was bad. He had accidents all the time.
Sure.
It was
Sure.
something we had to work through with him. It took a little longer to potty train. So, but yeah, so they.
Okay, so I do appreciate how the officer asks about the issues with Gannon, right? Is that something that he's always dealt with? Is that something that's new? I think that's very important to assess the situation and what's going on, if there is abuse present and that sort of thing, because we know that if all of a sudden there are wedding issues or accidents and things like that in children, or even, just anybody, because when you're going through a traumatic situation, those things happen because of fear and sometimes because of SA. And so it's very important to establish whether that is out of the normal, um, for Gannon. Is that something, that he's dealing with, and why? Um, and when did it occur? And then also we'll hear later that this is not entirely true, according to an interview that was, I believe, even after the trial was over with Landon. And she just says, that um, his medicines were causing some of these issues as well, but I think a lot of it does have to do with stress, and it's stress related. And again, taking medications can also stop you up, but there's also a lot of, natural things that you can do as well. It doesn't always have to be like, all this Miralax and here's a bunch of medicines and here's a medicine for this medicine type of a thing. Um, all that is unseen says, just to state the obvious, Lady Freedom, not LE, report to authorities, not contact creators. Oh, yeah, absolutely, all that is unseen. Did I miss something? I'm sorry, guys. I'm trying to listen um, and kind of read the captions too as I go. But yeah, if anybody has information, definitely give it to law enforcement in Sebastian's case. And absolutely, I mean, look, there's a $50,000 reward for information on Sebastian Rogers, and absolutely contact the FBI, um, and then also, we have Seth has an email that is we are Sebastian's army at gmail.com, also. So, but yeah, 1-800 TBI find Sumner County Sheriff's Office. But the FBI also has the phone number, and Sebastian's on the most wanted list as well for the FBI. So, and you can also, because there's a field office in Nashville, but there's also the FBI, but it's all on the flyer and the website details on the link. So, um, yeah, and I mean, here's the thing. I think, thanks, Evilly. And here's the thing. I think, in my opinion, that um people will come on and speak to, as we've seen with the Proud Feet, will speak to YouTube creators, right? Or content creators, or do interviews with people, because they're not LE, right? They feel a little bit more comfortable speaking with, you know, but again, sometimes that's a red flag, sometimes not. Sometimes they're very much wanting to get information out, like our friend Cindy. Also, I had Devlin Tate's family, his grandma Tammy up here, right? In order to spread awareness, right? And to get her side of the story out there, to, say what she would like to say, because it's important that the family members get a voice. But it's also important for the victims also. So that's why I like to tell the story. But yeah, if you have anything, especially if you see Sebastian out there, definitely call 911 right away. Say Sebastian, right? Snap a picture. See something, say something, do something, right, Bo? Oh my gosh, yes. Yes. So, but yeah, again, we're just going to continue to see Al kind of minimizing his family, right, involvement, and pushing it on to Landon as well. But he's also telling us, bits and pieces about uh, their life.
No, she didn't. I didn't find anything serious Sunday night. And then Monday she kept him home to try to, because then we got to give him some medicine to help clean him out if he gets to that point.
Right.
So that was that process.
And did he stay home alone on Monday,
no,
or did she stay home
she
alone?
was with him.
Okay.
Hello, my name is Maribel Hernandez.
And then she didn't say anything was out of the ordinary other than stomach issue. And then Lena came home. He left to go play, which is normal, like we've discussed with kids at the street. So I didn't think nothing of that at the time. And then she called me and said, "Hey, he's not home, and it's way past the normal, 30 minutes past the normal come home time."
Okay.
So I said, go to Braden's house, which we discussed, those people, and then I said, go to the neighbors, and then the one other kid that they go to sometimes. And I had texted them all already. or simultaneously or whatever, all at in
Sure.
the same moment. And nobody had seen him or anything. So
do you know what time he left the house?
I would. So not exactly. My kids get off the bus. Selena would have got off the bus and been home in between 3:10, 3:15 usually.
Okay.
Maybe as early as 3 or 5. So in that range, she was home already. So I'm assuming, based on putting it all together, it was maybe 3:30.
Okay.
In that range. So I mean, could have been 3:40. But
and then what time is his get home time?
Right now in the winter, it's like street lights basically when they come on. Definitely by dark. I mean, he's not, if he's walking down the street in the dark, there's a problem.
Okay. Sure.
So and that's just kind of something I did with my mom when I was coming up. But and he knows sometimes he gets carried away watching TV in the house with the friends or something,
Right.
and then he comes home and it's like, oh, Daddy, I'm so sorry. So it's like he knows the rules.
Right.
So that's why when she said that, and she Tisha reiterated that too, when she said that, it's like it was very abnormal for him to like not be there.
How often over, I don't know, the past few months has he been late from playing? It's not. Is it a normal thing? Is it not?
No, because usually I make him check in if it's an extended period. If it's like they get home and then they're gonna plan on staying out till 5:30, he'll take his phone, or my daughter's real good with the time. She has a little Fitbit watch. She'll take it and I'll say, hey, come home at this time, or like on a Saturday I'd like check in every 2 hours or something like that, or 3 hours, whatever. But you're gonna be where you tell me you're going. If you go anywhere else, you come home and tell me you're going somewhere else, and then whatever.
So I know we discussed the bath salt
right
thing, but this, because we're here and it's recorded, go through that whole thing again with me.
So my wife, what she's saying is that, and I believe her. I mean, I have no reason not to believe, but she didn't identify when he asked her. Ask her. Let me answer. Hey. Oh, okay. Yeah, come on down to that address you sent me. They needed both of us. We got to go over this questioning again. I'm in here now, so just come on. Yes, babe. Okay. Well, I mean, I can't. Excuse me. I'll call you back. Okay. I know. I'm sitting in here right now, babe. I'm in the room being recorded under, getting questioned. So I don't know. I'm trying to figure it out too. So I'll call you right back. Okay. All right. She's obviously frustrated just to be. I mean, this is the 10th time.
Okay, so she's obviously frustrated. This is the 10th time, right? So we see, Al getting more upset, right? Because Letitia's upset. That we do see that as well with the codependency, and when the person who is more dominant, right, arguably abusive to the point of abuse, I think, with Letitia, you can see that Al shifts, right, and then he starts getting moody and grumpy because she's grumpy, right, and he wants her to come down to the station, right, and she was asked already to come down there with a toothbrush, and then she doesn't show up. So again, just a bunch of red flags, but he's also kind of getting lippy with this guy, like, oh, this is the 10th time. Well, if you're really just interested in finding Gannon, then you're going to work with the authorities. So he's definitely torn. Hey, Shauna, good to see you. And, so we see that here, and we do see the shift once he gets off the phone with Letitia. And again, she's ticked off and she's throwing a fit. Kind of like Proudfoot.
I understand.
So
I understand. But we're a different part of the sheriff's office. Okay, so we're the investigations division.
Right.
Okay, so when we get, it's basically like a referral to us.
Right.
We go through a certain process that patrol doesn't. Even though by the time it gets to us, there may have been the same questions asked over and over and over. We still do it. We want it recorded so we don't mess anything up.
Yeah, I understand.
Okay, so that's
I understand.
our process. I know it's frustrating.
Yeah. So I hope she'll come. I don't know if I can't make her.
No,
So,
I understand.
yeah.
I understand the frustration, and I get it.
So yeah, bath salts.
Okay, and again, I don't know why. So right before Letitia calls, the officer's like, "Can we go over the bath salts again?" Right? I don't understand why the officer isn't telling them that the bath salts that they're thinking about are not the same bath salts, right, as the substance. So I find that to be interesting. Brenda thinks it's codependency for sure. Yeah, they just seem very, very much whatever mood the one's gonna be in, the other one's gonna, they drag each other down like the crab bucket of crabs. Um, so in which he says, was this the interview when he saw the Tiguan wasn't at the school, or the one where Letitia was supposed to be there too? So that one's going to be next. So that's when he actually comes back. That was another one of his big, big red flags, and why he comes back for the second one on his own accord, so to speak, and wants to talk to the detectives. Um, so yeah, which I know, because it's like, but then there's another one as well. So there's one more we're going to go over, but not tonight because I haven't uploaded it yet. But yeah, it's just wild because we kind of see him unfolding here, and then again with these bath salts, bath salts, it's not the ones that he's thinking of, and again now this is another thing, and a good strategy that he's telling him, look, you're in the second phase of this interview process, right? Now we're trying to get, because we have a referral to speak with you further, right, for the toothbrush, da 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 da. Everything is lining up in order to show them, hey, we're just trying to find Gannon, right? But really, they're gathering information to see who they find to be suspect. And at this point, I think again, the Detective Riley here is like side eyeing Al, right? Like something's off with him, but he doesn't really know what. And so now he's like, okay, so tell me again about these bath salts, right? So we're gonna get into that. And you can tell again, look at Al. I mean, he's like stressed to the max.
Apparently, after he and so I'll go through the text message thread again, but he had mentioned something about it Sunday or Saturday to well, it would have had to been Sunday because I wasn't home, to my wife, and she said she gave him a little bath bomb that just colors the water or whatever. The kids have a bunch of those laying around. Then I guess it was the Monday. Monday. For Gannon. It was Monday morning while he was at home with a stomach issue. So I'll just go through the thread basically. He was also upset because he had, and he references it here, he had dropped a candle on the carpet, caused drama, burn a hole in the carpet, whatever. He was worried that he was going to get grounded for like a year. But then he said, I'm sorry, dropped the candle and it burnt the floors. And he said, my tummy hurts. I told him I love you. And I said, accidents happen, but he got caught. He tried to sneak around a little bit to hide it because he was so worried about getting in trouble. So he said, I love you. This was a little bit later. No, at the same time, he said, I love you. I said, I love you too. And then he wanted to know if he'd be grounded. I said, we'll talk about it later because I was in my training.
Right.
Then he asked, do we have bath salts? And I'm like, red flag immediately because I know I've heard through the grapevine and, being in the military, we do all the drug tests and stuff. And I asked him for what, seeing if he would respond. And then I told him directly, go ask my wife, Tisha. And at the same time, I talked to her, like I told you previously. We have a little bit of that in the house that we use, like eucalyptus for our bath or whatever.
Sure.
And I said, go get all that, hide it, put it away somewhere until we figure out what's going on so he doesn't get his hands on it. Then is when he said, my friend said if I got some, we could play this weekend. And I told him no. And he said, can we play today if my tummy stops hurting? And I told him I'll talk to him later. I said, I'll call him on the lunch break, whatever. He said his brother has a car for the sleepover on Friday if I can. A little bit later, he told me him and Tisha were going to breakfast, and it was after that, I said, hey, and he's like asking me if I could play whatever game, and then I said not today, and that was it.
So he didn't ever identify who the friend was.
No, he never specified a name. And I don't know what conversations him and my wife did or didn't have. But then after that last message was, about the time, approaching the time when he was going to leave to go play, I guess. So I guess he started feeling better or he did his business and was able to function, play and stuff. So, I don't know. I was actually spent a lot of this afternoon after we met talking to the neighbors and stuff, and I don't know which way he went when he left the house. I assumed he went the way he normally did, but those neighbors, those two right there, said they don't have any footage around that time of him passing by. They see other things going on, but not him. So he may have gone left out of the house instead of right. So I'm not 100% sure on that.
This is the 1,400 hours a year you waste on your phone. With Purdue Global, you can turn that time into...
So normally he goes to the right.
Normally goes to the right because that's where the Braden and that family is, and all the kids that they always play in the little cul-de-sac there.
We went to the school, talked to the school. By all accounts from them, he's like incredibly smart. Not a problem student at all. Has some friends, but not really anyone that they could identify as like a best friend that he's constantly hanging out with. But he does have friends.
Okay, so again, Al's demeanor in this interview is just off to me. It's off, and here the detective is saying, we spoke to the school. He's extremely smart, right? No problems though, no issues. And again, Al does have some very weird. I don't know if he's really saying that he punished him, lover girl, but it's more like Al has some strange parenting styles that he implements. Like it's off to me as well. He speaks about how if Gannon goes over to a friend's house and he catches them inside, he gets in trouble for not being outside. But if you're a guest at someone else's house and everybody's playing inside, I don't think that's a reason to get in trouble or, be told, well, you need to get outside. So there's just some very strange parenting style going on with Al, and I don't know if it's the military or some wacky shit that Letitia came up with and he's just going along with it at this point, but he's singing in a different tune when he comes back for the second interview. But he is absolutely, if I'm just analyzing Al, as we are raw from what he's saying and the way that even his demeanor is, right? There's just something very off about the whole situation. And again, I think much of it has to do with the fact that he's hiding, right? And that he does have a big ego and he probably doesn't want, it being a them problem, right? Even though he knows that his wife was the last one with Gannon, right? She was the last one responsible for him and the other two kids in the house, right? Because arguably, 17, Harley's still a kid. So there's that. But yeah, his demeanor's way off. And I love watching the interrogations, Holly. I do.
And I'm trying to remember the kid's name. Jimmy.
Yeah, the first I heard this name is through this.
Okay. So you don't know who Jimmy is?
I don't know Jimmy. So to reiterate what we went over before, all the kids that they hang out with regularly or they begin to hang out with, like new kids come along, we try to meet the parents, exchange numbers. That way, if their kids are at my house or vice versa, it's like, hey, send them home, or hey, can they play today? Just that communication so we know what my kids are doing.
Right.
And then I only found the name Jimmy because I contacted Braden's mom and I'm like, hey, is there any other friends that your boys know that Gannon hangs out with or, chums with on the bus or whatever? Maybe that, well, I asked him, I'm trying to think how I phrased it. any other friends Gannon has that ride the same bus. Because that whole section of the neighborhood rides the same bus. So that would kind of narrow it down. And they threw out the name Jimmy. So while the search was going on with the neighborhood last night, because like we told you that everybody was out helping and looking.
Absolutely.
They found the kid Jimmy's house, which is I think right on the street behind us. And they recognized Gannon, the father did, and maybe Jimmy had spoken of him. I'm not sure the details of the conversation, but they recognized that Gannon was, Jimmy's friend or acquaintance, but Jimmy didn't have an older brother, so it didn't fit what Gannon was saying to me. Then Harley, my stepdaughter, and I think she had a couple of people with her specifically. I think they found another kid, same age group range as Gannon, that had that older sibling, or older brother, whatever. But both Jimmy's parents and that family said they hadn't seen Gannon that afternoon.
Okay.
And that is kind of, other than the come and go situation where they had him and they did, and then they didn't. Right. That's really the last information that I've gotten that I can remember.
So when we talked earlier, you mentioned a TikTok account that he had.
Yeah, I don't. Normally he'll watch YouTube in relation to the game he plays. Sometimes he'll get off on this. There's a FGTV. There's a couple shows that my kids like to watch, and I usually either watch an episode or I just pay attention to what's going on. And they know there's some things that are on the no list, and all parents have that, I'm sure. But the TikTok is something I've been paying close attention to. And then I saw a news article the other day at work, or on the news actually at work, and they were like, such and such happened. These challenges are coming out. That happened. And after that, I told them no, and I texted my wife and said they need to get rid of these TikTok things. This is my wife again. Let's see if I can get her. Hello. Hey. Yeah. They're trying to. It's a different department, obviously. The same people we talked to at Starbucks, but they want to get it recorded so that they don't, that we cross all the I's, dot all the T's.
Okay, so again, I just want to point out that Al has taken the speaker function off, right? Before he was answering the phone with her on the line so everybody can hear it. Now he's speaking to her directly, privately, more privately than before, just to throw it out there.
That, nothing's overlooked from anybody's standpoint. So I don't think there's anything more than that. At least it hasn't been put to me like that yet. So babe, I understand completely. I understand that you're frustrated. I understand that the whole situation there. We have some, have a few things that upset us about it, the process, but the bottom line is we got to do whatever it takes at this point.
Fleas and ticks? Ick. Prevent the ick quick with flea and tick meds from Chewy Pharmacy.
This town ain't big enough for you. What's that?
AI music is.
Okay, like I said, I can't make you come up here, babe, but I mean, okay. So, all right, I'm finishing up. Let me run. I'll call you back. What do you mean, okay? Huh? Yeah, I mean, that she's probably trying to tell you the same thing.
Okay, so he says to her, well, what do you mean, okay, right? He's like, I'm going to let you go. And then she says, okay. And then he's like, what do you mean, okay? Right? That's codependency, right? At its core. I'm just going to back it up just a little bit. Like I said, I can't make you come up here, babe, right? And again, here's the detective just looking at him like, okay, right? And I'm sure he took notice that Al made the conversation more private.
I said I can't make you come up here, babe, but I mean,
I'm already halfway. What are we waiting for? Is what she's supposedly saying.
okay. So, alright, I'm finishing up. Let me run. I'll call you back. What do you mean, okay? Huh? Yeah, I mean, that she's probably trying to.
They're probably trying to tell you the same thing, right? And I don't know what she's saying. Some of the closed captioning picked up on what she was saying, and some of it didn't.
To tell you the same thing. I haven't met with her, so I mean, why don't you give her a call and see what she's got to say?
And I believe her is referring to Jessica Bethel, the other detective.
I'm with the other gentleman that we were with at Starbucks. All right, thanks. Bye. All right, so
just so you're aware, our whole goal here is to find Gannon.
I know.
You know.
I know. I mean, I was kind of alarmed myself.
Sure.
Coming in.
I understand.
Okay, so but why would you be alarmed, right? This is another thing. This is some defensive body language from Al. See how he's sitting, right? But then he's got his hands up, right? And he's in defense mode right now. Okay, and then we're also seeing text messages from Harley to Letitia, right? Question mark. Okay, I called them. Letitia's in blue, Harley's in green, right? Okay, I called them. Because in my opinion, Harley is Letitia's accomplice. She knows what's going on, right? She knows what's up. We're gonna get into it later on, right? Because I don't want to say it without showing you some supporting evidence of this. But again, in Harley's defense, she's 17 and she's also not allowed to breathe without Letitia's say so, right? Or her okay or validating it. Again, very codependent, very toxic. So I believe that, Harley's saying, did you call them? Right? Are you going up there? What's going on? Right? She's but she just puts question mark.
Being in the military, I've been through stuff like this, so I'm a little even more even keeled. She's stressed, tired, you know, the whole shebang.
Yeah.
I'm sure she's feeling some guilt, because it was on her watch. I mean, I don't want to go down that road, but so and she's a firecracker anyway. So
yeah.
All right. So he says, this all happened under her watch. I'm sure she's, guilty, embarrassed, right, because of that, right? He's minimizing why she would be guilty and blaming it on that. He's saying, oh, she's so tired. He's making up every excuse for her. And of course, he is trying to explain away why she's not wanting to just come up to the station, right? Like, where is she? And again, the detective's looking at him like, okay, what's going on here? And again, the whole reason why they're up there bringing the toothbrushes is in order to help find Gannon, right? So when there's no involvement, then, people are happy to speak with the police. They don't mind being interviewed. They want to tell what's going on, right? Tell about their child, get people out there looking to find their child. So they're not paranoid, and we do see this level of paranoia. We also saw this with Chris Proudfoot, right, and Katie Proudfoot, where it's, you can't talk to anybody without me present, right? For Katie will always use Chris as a mouthpiece until she's forced not to, that sort of thing. So again, this is what we can recognize with this dynamic versus that one.
Our entire goal here is to locate Gannon.
Right.
Okay. And we're going to do everything. We're not going home tonight. Okay. So we're going to do everything we can to find him.
Right.
Okay. So it's just part of the process. I know it sucks. Okay. So we'll kind of get back to, I understand about the TikTok. Has there been any other, I know a lot of the games now that the kids are playing, they have a chat function. Is there any games that you're aware of that he has played, whether it was on the Switch or whether it was on his phone or anything else that he was chatting with people?
There.
All right. So before they get into that, I think this is again a very good question when you are evaluating a case, right, or investigating a case to ask about internet access and to which apps they have chat functions, because we know chat function on these games, excuse me, the chat functions on the games are super dangerous, right? They're Chester Cheetah playground for, just access to children, right? Gannon's 11. Um, Excellent question, right? And that's one question that a lot of the public was asking about Sebastian and his Switch and the capabilities and internet access and so on and so forth, because again, we're trying to figure out if someone lured the child or what has happened here. So they're looking at every single angle, right? They're asking questions about friends, they're asking questions about internet access, chat rooms, etc.
There was only one instance that I remember, and he mentioned it one time, and we nipped it in the bud. He never mentioned it again, and he's not one to, because of he has mentioned he had the ADHD
Right.
school. He has to take medicine for that. That's
Right.
really his only thing other than tummy stuff. He gets really obsessed. I call it laser focus, but he gets obsessed on something. So I didn't check on it directly. I'll say that, but
Okay, here's the thing though. If you're taking ADHD medicine, sometimes that's going to make you laser focused, right? Because if you couldn't focus before and the remedy is the medication, and mom's in the chat, with the ADHD meds, please correct me if I'm wrong or share if you'd like. But again, that might be the reason for the laser focus. And, um, you know, sometimes there's instances where medications will be used, because a kid is too chatty or something like that. And again, I don't know that that is appropriate, but I don't judge, because again, these parents are not just, buying this for their children over the counter. They're getting it prescribed by a doctor. So the doctor has, fit the criteria and said, okay, yes, they do need this medicine. So I would never bash anyone. So, um, okay, thank you, Seth. Seth, good to see you. Says the medicine will mess up your stomach too. Yeah, and I think that's what Landon was saying. His mom was saying, look, that medicine was jacking his stomach up, right? And then he was taking a remedy that was working in conjunction with it, right? So thanks, Seth. Yeah, and again, I think it's hard on their tummies. A lot of times too, you have to eat with medications and things like that as well. So, um,
once I said no, absolutely not. Just like I told you before, I don't let him play online games yet. I just feel he's too young for that because of this kind of stuff.
Sure.
The first time he mentioned that, I said no, and if I catch you, then all hell's gonna break loose or whatever, and he never mentioned again. Which, picking up on his signals, he would have.
What game or
I really
do you remember?
I'll be honest, I don't remember.
Okay.
But another example that relates to that concept, he was watching this Fright Night at Freddy's or something, some kind of cartoon that had some scary vampire stuff in it. He mentioned he had a nightmare one time. I also saw something that it was kind of too much for little kids. And same thing, I told him, no, it's done. You're done with that. Don't watch it no more. But to my point about him getting obsessed, he kept kind of like, Daddy, this, and what about this? Can I watch just this one? It's not bad. You know what I mean? So the fact that he does, that's the way he does when he thinks he's gonna try to win me over.
Sure.
But in the other instance, it was never. It was like cut and dry. Don't do it no more. Maybe he was doing it behind my back, but I mean, I'm gonna give him the benefit of the doubt on that one.
Sure. So,
find your perfect tax expert.
okay, guys, and we do, and I'm sorry about all these ads. I don't know, YouTube's so weird about that. But like I was saying, whoop. Oh, I got two. Sorry, I thought I clicked through that one. but yeah, I think when it comes to the gaming consoles, Groot said, I know someone whose main console was a Switch. My main console now is a Switch too, and Nintendo is big on child safety, and so it's difficult to talk via the Switch in the game. Yeah, and I think, those chat rooms are just the biggest thing, right? Because they are direct access, and the child might feel comfortable speaking on it because they are comfortable with the game and things like that. So but yeah, group, that's so good to know. Thank you for sharing that. um Only certain Switch One games allowed voice chat between players, and it was only via the mobile app. Okay, it's only recently with Switch 2 that voice chat was more readily available. Okay, cool. See, I don't know about the Switches because my daughter was more of like the Nintendo DS um era, because she did like to play DS, and so yeah, she didn't have a Switch, so I appreciate that. Because I mean, any of those consoles that are able to, hook onto Wi-Fi and, access any of that, it's questionable, in my opinion, because again, you just never know who's on the other end of it, and I just don't see why an 11-year-old would be in the same arena, even talking to an older person. And again, with the internet being so discreet, you just don't know who you're talking to. Um,
Do you know that when he goes to play, does he play games there at the friend's house? Or like Braden's house?
Yeah, so I always ask. Apparently at Braden's house, most of the time they're watching cartoons, and I'll ask, and it's acceptable. I mean, he never comes back and says, because my little girl will tell on him because they're usually together.
Okay.
So she'll come and rat him out anyways,
Okay.
Which
That's good though.
Yeah, don't tattle, but thanks, right? But apparently at the Braden's house, they do play games some, but he was like, yeah, we don't play much because it belongs to the dad or something like that. So they don't do it. They actually, the reason I like them so much, they play outside more than anything.
Okay.
They play sports, and I mean, it's just when it turned cold a little bit, has they been going inside. And I get on them. I was like, Gannon, I'm not sending you over there to be inside. You can be inside here. You say you're going to play, you better be playing. So I try to keep that.
Okay, that is the dumbest thing I've ever heard in my life, Al. I'm not trying to be, I'm not trying to be a bitch. I'm really not. But to me, that's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. So I go over to my friend, Sarah, right? I go see my friend Sarah, and you know, she's playing indoors. So now I have to go over to someone else's house and go knock on another friend's door and play with them instead if they're playing outside, or, whatever. I mean, to me, that was a very silly rule, right? And I get what he's saying. Yes, he could be sitting inside at his house and he wants the kids to get out and get physical activities. That part I understand. But in my opinion, it's an unrealistic expectation, setting the child up for failure, and I'm not cool with that. And I'm gonna point it out. And again, it's not me being a bitch or nitpicking. It's just something that I found to be another thing that was odd. Um, and something that was added to. And again, I don't know who enforces that rule of, being outdoors for a certain amount of time, but it was almost like it was a requirement in their home, and both Letitia and Al talk about that. Um Shauna says maybe then, but now I wouldn't trust any of that chat or the company's security features, etc. Our grid is wide the F open. I know, Shauna, and that's why it's so important for these kids to have the awareness. Like with Haley's Law and that coloring page that they have out. I mean, it's perfect because it's showing them, what to look for and what the red flags are, and it's, very basic language that children can understand. And I think it's so important because you're right. And in my opinion, it's the damn chat functions. It really is. It's like if it doesn't have that capability, then that takes away everything, right? Then the kids are able to play their game, safely and securely. We don't even need security. Get rid of the freaking chat function, in my opinion. You know, so because it's just it's too much. Um, Aw, thank you, Shauna. It's just too much. Um, but again, I get limiting and wanting the kids to play outside, but again, I will just say too, they live in Colorado. So, I mean, how many days do you have where you can go out and play outside for 3 hours every day as a requirement? I just think it's unrealistic.
And balance.
And I always get it always sets off alarms or red flags when we see these unrealistic expectations imposed on these children because oftentimes there is abuse present. Um, in my opinion. We see that dynamic in Sebastian's case as well when it comes to Chris and Katie.
Now the other little kid we mentioned, which is my daughter's friend Lily, who has a brother Reese that Gannon gets along with. They do more along the lines of playing games and stuff.
Okay.
But they rarely go over there anymore anyway. So
Okay. Well, the reason why I ask is because we've had kids that have been some way involved in an investigation that they'll go over to a friend's house in order to get that Wi-Fi or
Right.
get online.
Well, I rarely. This is. I don't want to delve into like what me and her have talked about, but one point of concern is I typically don't let him take his Switch to his friend's
Okay.
house. Now they have the little carrying case for when we get in the truck, and they know, put in the case.
Now, I have no idea about Switch. Is that
It's like you remember Game Boys?
right? But
Yeah.
does it have a chat function that you can?
I think there's that. I think there's that on there.
Okay.
Because he, and maybe, I'll take that one on the chin, but like, he's always been too young to even. I mean, it's hard to get him to text. So I'm like,
right.
If he's not going to text, is he going to get on the thing and chat? I probably need to look more into it now, but that's kind of how I've approached it. So,
okay.
But once again, drawing on that other situation when he's mentioned it at one time and I cut it off and he never mentioned it again. So,
okay. And then there was mention of a cigar that was found.
Yes. Yeah, so immediately when he said bath salts, I alerted my wife and I said, look through his book bag. I misunderstood. I thought she said she did and then went back for a second look, but she says the second look was actually the first look. And then her and my stepdaughter found a little pack of those Swisher Sweets, which alarmed me because obviously he's 11, but I mean,
right.
He's so, and I think I might have explained this, but not.
Okay, yeah, he's 11, and where the hell would he get Swisher Sweets from? Now, I'm not sure if he rode the bus with high schoolers or how that works, and maybe that's where they thought they came from, or an older friend. But again, I know that those were planted, and we know that because of the trial, but also what your mama was saying earlier as well. About Harley getting backhanded by Letitia. I mean, I don't think that girl could breathe without her mother say so. Um, I think she was terrified of her mom. I really do. Um, and I think that's goes without saying if she knew what they were transporting and what was going down, which I believe she did, I think it scared the crap out of her, it would me. So and it will continue to keep up with the evolving technology. And that's also part of Haley's Law. Yes, Shauna. Yes, that keeps up. Uh, it- they have to, right? We have to keep up with the technology because it's ever changing, and keep the sources current. Absolutely. And I mean, I'm always the one to get a new iPhone right before the newest one comes out. So, I mean, it's always like that for me. It's funny. I don't know why, but I guess my contract's up at the same time or something, or eligibility comes up at the same time when they're going to do it. But yeah, they come out with new stuff all the time and it's always evolving. So we have to, keep that in mind. I mean, look, the criminals will find a way. Where there's a will, there's a way for them too. So it's so important that we keep up on it. So we can make the kids aware so we can be aware as parents, caregivers, and just family.
He's so anti anything like that because of Nana smokes and she's got a lot of health problems. Mom smokes, got a lot of health problems. Mom, there's a lot of assumptions about her and her husband and all the drug involvement that they've got going on. So when we have those conversations, I hammer down on it, and he's scared to death of it. So
Okay, so Al again is blaming Landon for when she only has them, in the summer and at Christmas time. Sound familiar? Right? It's like even though it's occurring in your home, in your household, you're going to blame the other parent who does not have the majority of the time with the child. You do, but yet you're blaming that other parent. And this interview drives me nuts because again it keeps coming back to Landon. Well, we found swishers in his backpack, so let me tell you a little story about his mom and her drug use and her boyfriend. It just drives me a little cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. Seth says you don't see the crocodile until it drowns till it drowns you. Just saying. I don't know, Seth. There's some big gators around here. Big old ones. But no, I know what you're saying though. And the thing is that when you care for someone and you've been in it, and I do believe that Al has been manipulated a time or two. He's hip to it, but he also doesn't want to believe it. He's very much it's well put, right? But he's very much in denial, right? Not just a river full of freaking crocodiles. So he's in it, right? And he's like, I don't think he can really even wrap his mind around the fact that she would hurt his son, especially because she was a teacher. Like somebody in the comments today was like, "Oh my gosh, ladies, she was a teacher," and it's like, yeah, she was, for kids. So she said fifth grade in the body worn camera interview with her. So at the house, but these child abusers are hiding under our noses is all I'm saying. Yeah. Oh, I get it. I get it. Absolutely. And I mean, here's the thing, if you're constantly blaming someone else for what's going on in your house and not looking at within, right? Like it's nothing to be embarrassed about. Look, kids do come home with stuff like that in their backpacks. In this case, that wasn't the case. I absolutely think that they were planted by Letitia. Um, because she was trying to make it seem like Gannon was a bad kid. Also, she brings up these bath salts and stuff, and then Al, in all of his great wisdom, which, I'm rolling my eyes, and I'm like, "What?" Because he thinks that they're actually like a bath bomb or, the Epsom salts that you put in there, and so he's like, "Put them all up and hide them," and just going along with this harebrained story. But then we're gonna find out soon that he didn't even believe that himself, right? Or he side-eyed, he was questioning it. But again, I think that, when you're in a situation like this, it's unexpected. He was supposed to be gone for 2 weeks. He left out for training, was only gone a day up to Oklahoma from Colorado, and he's all of a sudden missing a whole child. His wife's calling him, "Don't be mad," right? I mean, again, sound familiar. Um, I don't think I've ever heard that initial what he was initially told by Letitia. I don't know if we've ever heard that. Maybe it was in the trial. So I know. All that is unseen, I know. Here's the thing with YouTube, it's like they love me and hate me because they'll put a lot of good ads on my videos, right? Which helps me because, um, that's how we get paid is from AdSense, but I'm gonna tell you what, even with me trying to present, I'm like, "Oh my gosh, now that I have ads back," because sometimes they've been dinging me because I've been talking about, these sensitive subjects, but, um you know, it's important. It's important to talk about these things. And, it's just so sad what happened again. And I just want to tell the story the way it should be told, which is in a fact based, area. A lot of it is going to be my opinion, especially when it comes to this. But again, I mean, it's better that I'm doing this now than I did when, I was initially watching this play out before the first trial because Yeah. It just rubs me wrong that Al keeps on blaming, Landon, but I'm glad that everything smooths out later. Just for the sake of analysis, though, we have to talk about it. Um, yeah, they can learn computer. Shauna, these kids are so friggin' smart. That's how they're getting over on us parents, right? Because I mean, look, parents got to work. They're busy, right? There's more kids in the house. All these other factors. I mean, that's how it's easy to slip through. And parents are tired. Parents are overworked, underappreciated, and the whole nine. And then you have these weirdos that are coming in for the kill. And even if it's like, because I don't think Al is a bad dad. I don't think he's a bad person. I'm just looking at it from, the dynamics that we're seeing that are at play. Um, Plus it irks the shit out of me because right after this we're gonna watch a completely different Al come into the room. In the same room, same detective. It's gonna be wild. Buckle up. But Shauna says they need to keep Chrome broken on repeat lockdown, or excuse me, broken. They need to keep Chrome on complete lockdown. Now my youngest doesn't bring it home. Oh, the Chromebook. Yes. Oh, yes. See, my daughter had one. Yeah, but not till high school. But my middle son is homeschooled virtual. Yeah, and I mean that's the thing too. It's just so difficult. Um, I mean, you guys know they have access to all of this everywhere. So it's like it's not even just when you're examining, every device they had access to, that includes the ones from school. Some of them do bring the Chromebooks home, right? And that's good too, but it's just one more thing to monitor. And it can be very much no, it's okay, Shauna. It's just very much again, for parents who are working and have other children, it can be a lot to keep up with. No shade. So Seth says, "Hey, when I first heard about bath salts, I couldn't understand why someone would smoke." Did you really think so, Seth? That's hilarious. No, and I mean, the whole time I was like, "What?" I don't think he's got that right. And then it's so funny because the detective even's like, can you run that bath salt thing by me again? What happened now? And I mean, it's just too funny. And Al's like, I know all about it. Like, and that's another thing with Al that's like arrogant, right? He's like, oh yeah, these I told her put them all away. And I'm like, I think you are thinking of something else. That's too funny, Seth. Oh my gosh. That's too funny. Of course, all that is unseen. No, completely. Um, hey guys, I like hearing other people's thoughts because, I mean, of course there's trolls, but I'm just saying that, many times I won't even think of something and you guys might sway my mind a different direction if, you tell me your perspective and I never thought of it that way, or it might make me think of something more to do with that. So I appreciate all, fair and honest opinions.
There's an outside influence is what I'm getting at. I mean, he didn't go to the store and buy Swisher Sweets,
Right.
So he got that
Right.
from somewhere.
Sure.
I mean, I assume it would have had to been because he didn't go out and play that. I can remember that last week he was with my mom was there. So I would assume, it's just an assumption that kid on the bus had brought it. Maybe the kid with the older sibling. Assumption again, but somebody brought.
I mean, I would be thinking that too. Somebody bought it for him, but look, your wife straight up set up your son. Like, set him up. She set up an 11-year-old with Swisher Sweets, like a dumbass that she is. And you're buying it hook, line, and sinker, Al. I mean, that's what sucks.
And said, "Here, check this out," kind of thing. I don't know. Tisha said it fell out of his notebook, so when they looked through the bag.
So at your house, do you have? I mean, most everybody has it. Do you have internet?
Yes.
Okay. What?
You guys got me laughing back here. Okay, so they're talking about internet, but you guys are all saying I thought that was the same thing. Which, which yes, she says baking soda, citric acid, Epsom salt, and cornstarch. Nothing bad in them. My girls make them all the time. Yes, you can make your own and do like the infused scents and everything. They are not bad. But here's Letitia telling Al, "Oh, you know about them the bath salts? You know, we better put them all up." And I'm just like, "Oh my gosh." Shauna says, "I was confused too about the bath salt slang. We old." Well, I'm telling you, there was a big like, but he must have read an article. This is the thing that I'm thinking is that Letitia's giving him this line of bullshit, right? And then he reads an article, but he's thinking it's the Epsom's, you know, which he gave us all the ingredients, baking soda, all that, for the bath bombs. And yeah, none of that is I don't know, smokable, edible. I don't know. I don't know. Hello, Andrea. Good to see you. It's baking soda. That's funny. For parents in chat, Google Family Link app lets you register a child's Gmail account and get notifications for all their activity and set parental controls, etc. The app is free, no subscription. Thanks, Groot. Oh my gosh, that's awesome. Yeah, we need that. I know, like my daughter, like anytime she's accessing her backup account for Gmail, it always sends me a notification. Like it'll be like, oh, she's, has activity here. I don't know if that's probably that I was signed up to that and probably didn't realize it from because I don't know if it's her old one. But I do know that sometimes I'll get those and it'll say, oh, the recovery account or something like that. But that's good to know. Thank you. Because I don't see how parents can keep up with all of it, to be honest with you. It's crazy. Um, I mean, it's just wild. So, okay, Seth. Seth says, right, Groot, I had Sebastian's account set up like that. That's right. I remember you saying that, Seth, but not maybe like that. But I knew that you had the safeguards because you had talked about that with Josh. I remember on his panel. Hmm. I mean, you have to really watch. I mean, it sucks. You get a helicopter around and, snoop. I'm big on snooping. You guys know that. I'm like, children get no privacy. Like, I am also strict, but I just want to, I try to set up realistic expectations. Again, I think that Al is a good dad. I'm not saying he's not. I'm just saying right now is not my favorite version, um, of him.
Electronics in the house is or can be connected to the internet.
I mean, we got smart TVs, we got telephones, iPad or two, laptops. I mean, got a pretty wide range of stuff. And then he has a Switch, and then my little daughter has a Switch she got. But I don't think we've enabled hers to the internet yet.
Okay.
His, we only enabled in the beginning for updates and stuff that you have to do. And then I think my wife mentioned recently, past couple of days or weeks, she went on the settings on the internet and disabled his device, so he couldn't even, it won't even let him connect anymore.
Okay.
So yeah, we manage it. And more times it's because we can't do what we want to do or whatever.
Right.
But she did do that like about a week ago. She said.
Does he have access to iPads and that kind of thing?
He never gets on it anymore. He used to, but like okay. I have the one iPad I think in the house. She might have one, but I haven't seen it. She rarely uses it for that. And actually, I let my daughter use the iPad to FaceTime her mama and watch her little stuff on YouTube,
Sure.
The little girl stuff that she watches. But he has a phone, and you guys still have that, of course.
Right.
Have you gone through that process yet?
I think it's in process right now.
All right. Yeah, and we're pretty strict on what he watches. Of course, I don't sit there and monitor him directly, but he knows the rules. So I mean, he's 11 now, so if he breaks them, that's on it's on me, but it's on him, and he gets punished accordingly. Usually, it's restriction for a week or something like that. So yeah, with all that stuff, there hasn't been too much sneaking that I've found yet. Nor my wife. But he's pretty obvious when he is sneaking. Like he'll be instead of sitting on the couch watching his phone, he'll be under a cover or something, or inside his shirt, something like that. So,
well, my question would be, and that's why I'm asking these questions, is that he texts you saying that this friend has an older brother who drives a car that once these bath salts. How did they connect? How did they talk?
I'm assuming, and this is completely an assumption again, I'm assuming it's a kid on the bus or a kid. I mean, I would assume it's on the bus. Obviously goes to the same school, but that they ride on the bus. I don't know. He has not mentioned. That was the first mention of like another friend. So, but I mean, obviously this is significant because a lot of times a lot of times the older sibling influences, and the kids, the younger ones, are like so eager to be cool, or call it peer pressure, whatever you want to call it. So and it really it kind of has blown my mind, because obviously I don't think the kid told him bath salts and we're going to do drugs. He might have just said, oh, you got, however he put it. He's like, yeah, we got this and got that, I'll bring you some, or whatever, that, knowing my son, that's probably how it went. Because if you asked him, if you said drugs, or like I said, tobacco or smokes or anything like that, he would absolutely be like, no, that cause you hurt my mom, hurt my nana, and everything else. So that's why I'm like, there's some outside influence somewhere. And it could be the other kid, the friend, that's saying, come on, my brother says this. I don't know. I'm trying to create all the scenarios, but
well, that's why I'm asking about, does he have an iPad? Does he have access to it? If it's not on the bus, there's got to be some way they're communicating. It sounds like it probably is either the bus or school.
That's I mean, yeah, because I mean, unless you find it on his phone that he's learned how to delete stuff, and I'm not ruling that out. Maybe so. Maybe he has and learned and is trying to hide things. But I did, and I don't know if you guys understood what I said. I went on my AT&T account and pulled up his phone record of his text log, and there was nothing but basically what was shown on the phone. Now we do know sometimes on Wi-Fi, text can be hidden from your phone record, but it's not going to be hidden from inside the phone itself.
Right.
So. So yeah, I'm open to whatever you guys find from that, but pretty confident that because my wife said, I mean, the only day he really had the phone was when he was on the phone with me or texting me.
So what time did you find out that? I know you said the get home time.
Yeah.
Do you know what time your wife got a hold of you and said, hey, he's still not home?
I think, I mean, it was a little bit after the timeline, so I think it was around 6, so 1800-ish. Okay. I probably could piece it together.
And that was yesterday?
That was yesterday.
Okay.
And then I'm not sure if she had called you guys already, or the dispatch or whatever. But that's where she got some heartburn too, and just be straight up, because I know there was some other things going on that you guys were responding to. I say you guys, but the deputies were responding to, but it was like over 3 hours before anybody showed up. So
no, I got you.
Yeah,
I'd be upset too.
But I'll tell you this. I called. She called the first time. I called the second time, and no, she called the first time. I called the second, third, and fourth time, because she was freaking out. I didn't want her to cuss anybody out or something. Because I mean, I know you guys got a job to do. So the second one, I got a male. First time was female. Second time was a male, and he's like, somebody's on the way. And then, maybe it was only 3 times. Then I called back and got the same female that I got the first time, and she said they had been diverted. So I was upset. I'll be honest. I said, ma'am, if you haven't already hit record right now, because I'm gonna tell you, I was very upset that after 3 hours there was still something higher priority than at least sending one person.
Right.
And I kind of was proven, I don't want to say right, but proven just on that, because when one showed up, there was like 8 that showed up. So, then that drives my wife crazy again, because, and I'm not just complaining, I'm just explaining to you.
Okay, so again, this is the thing, and I'm trying not to, because I know he's gonna come clean, right? I get it. I'm not trying to, belabor the point or anything like that. But I will just say, with Al here, he's like, complaining. He is complaining. He's like, I don't want to complain, but he's complaining that they're trying to figure out where his son is, and I just find it to be really odd and off, right? It's not. And again, when you're gonna get heat, when you're walking on eggshells with somebody, when you're not looking forward to the crap, this dynamic is at play, and we see it, So, um, Seth, you're gonna love the wood chipper island. And what did you say, wood chipper? Like the chopper? Get to the chopper. Oh, you better stop. See what I mean? Then you say that, and then I start thinking about it. I'm like, yeah, I can make an idea with That's why it's not stealing, it's inspirational, Seth. You gotta look at it like that. Bo, Bo says you got my wood chipper picture. I do. Bo, believe me, there's like all these ideas for Wood Chipper Island, and I mean they just keep flowing. Seth, you need to collaborate with me on this, okay? Because I like the Choppa idea. Here we go. Here we go. And then he says, "Oh, you stole it from me, Lady Freedom." Uh, did anyone say what? She says, "This coffee crime and cats. It's good to see you." So did somebody say wood chipper? I'm in. This is okay, Arnold. Bo, get to the chopper. Oh my gosh. That's too funny. Shauna, you had me cracking up in the comments so much. Oh my gosh. You guys, all of you guys did. I went back and read some comments and I was like, oh my gosh, I needed to catch up here. And I was glad I did because you guys had me rolling in the comments. And Shauna says, lady, that was the most accurate and effing hilarious short I've seen in a long while. I've watched it 30 times. Oh my goodness. If would have only said them pissy pants, pissy pants. Shauna, here's the thing about this AI program. I used it and I need to be like sponsored or a spokesperson because I will talk it up. It is so hilarious because if I just put in them pissy pants, pissy pants, if I put that in there, oh my gosh, it'll just say it. And in that whole, it's so easy. All you do is type in the lyrics and it makes you a song. This DJ AI, and oh my gosh, if I sat on there making songs all day, I could do it. It'd be just hilarious. We're gonna have to come up with a collab, Shauna. That's too funny. Oh my goodness. Yes, yes. She's gonna spit my vitamin water. I don't know if it's me because I talk fast, but is it me or does he take forever to get out what he's trying to say? Yeah, I think he's treading lightly, Chuchi, because like he's about to spill the beans, right, in this next one, but I think he's treading lightly. But you're right, he is because he's trying not to like put it all out there, tr- I mean, like, because he's absolutely hiding something, or he's hiding details, but it's not like he has involvement. So that's what's interesting. So we're seeing, and a deception detective talks a lot about this, and also I believe when I was reviewing Never a Truer Word with Mr. Fox, right? I mean, those dynamics is like, okay, the person's not lying, but based on their linguistics, their body language, something is off. They're hiding something, they're withholding, they're not giving the full truth, right? So, I mean, and again, no involvement, not guilty in anything, really oblivious, in my opinion, in denial at this point, but there's still it's off. It's off. And also, again, with the kind of not worrying about where is Gannon, let's find Gannon, even though he's going along. So it's interesting. Um, I do love interrogations for that part. So, good morning, Mama. Good to see you. You're doing a phenomenal job, Shauna. Oh, I'll do a part two, Mr. Chrissy Pissy Pants. You always crack me up with that. Oh my gosh. Shauna. Effing Patty. Oh my goodness. That is so funny. We all must laugh. Yes, it gets heavy. Laughing is good. I know, Shauna, it's the best medicine ever, I think. That's why I love being silly. I don't mind. Chuchi says there is something off. Yeah, and it's not, again, it's not that he's a bad dad. It's not that he's, mean or anything like that. Because again, I was a strict parent too on certain things, and I never fault parents for raising their kids how they want. But it's, you know, there's different dynamics at play, and again, we don't know what's all been imposed on Gannon via stepmomster, right? And what Al is just going along with or tolerating, right? Because we know that when we're on the way out of a relationship, which we will find out from Al is the truth now, when he comes back on his own accord. But yeah, we're definitely gonna see that where he's. I mean, it's the end, and it's not pretty. So, Lady B playing Detroit. I just thought it'd be funny, but there's a couple of versions of that song too that are made out of I made like and it's like a reggae. And then I had to make one country version of it because it just makes me laugh so hard. Um Son says he's in denial that that has happened, and he can't believe, right, he's in denial of it even happening. Yeah, that's true, Seth. He can't believe what his mind is telling him. Maybe I think so. I think you're right. I think at this point he's just like, no, it can't be, right? He's going through everything. Yeah, we're not having the best time, but she wouldn't hurt a kid. And yeah, I think you're right. I think he is definitely denial and can't really believe it. Until he starts getting some really big red flags, right? Like he's got little ones, but then now he's gonna start seeing some really big ones. Shauna. Shauna, I love that effing Patty. It's all her fault. I know she was involved. So it's very possible. I think so. I think so. Laugh in general. Exactly. Oh my goodness, that was so funny, Chuchi. I never thought, like at first, because I know I didn't hear it the first time I listened to it, right? Because I was listening through to it, making sure that like if I do keep upping the volume, it's not gonna mess up some of the audio down the way. And oh my gosh, it was the funniest thing about the second time I was like, oh gosh, I heard it too. Definitely. And I think I think he was trying to make the chair creak or something. And I also agree with Witchy that there was you know, probably something going on, a little bit of wafting in that room, and the detective was probably like, damn.
Why she?
Absolutely, I get it. I absolutely get
Because
it.
if you could send 8, you could have sent 1. Is the thought process where it happened. So, nonetheless, yeah. What else you got?
No, I don't know what was going on as far as the patrol guys.
Yeah.
But I understand your frustration.
Yeah.
We're about done. Let me go check if I need to ask anything else or if I need to get some clarification on something. We'll get you finished up here, okay?
Okay. One question. Do y'all have anything yet?
We've got loads of people out right now.
Right.
So I don't know since I've walked in here if we've gotten anything additional.
Okay.
But when we know something, you're going to know something.
All right.
Okay.
Fair enough. Thank you.
I'll be right back.
Scrub Daddy?
I'm Aaron, but here's your daddy.
Okay, guys, and I think this is going to be a little bit of quiet time. Again, he's trying to get Letitia to come up to the police station, and she's avoiding it like the plague, right? And, again, she's wanting a lawyer and things like that. And I understand that too, Seth. I mean, that's the thing. I think that resentment and things at play, but you don't deserve that. And I know exes, it's a different situation, right? Because there's hurt there's a lot of history, different things like that. But you know, again, I just can't see taking that out on the kids. It's just it's a really strange dynamic. Um, yeah, thank you, Chuchi. I don't think Al was complaining that they are helping. I think he was pissed off. It took 3 hours for an officer to come take a report at the beginning to get it started. Yeah, you're right, Witchy. I think so too. You're right about that. Yeah, I think that he was pissed off about that, and then he was saying that that Letitia was also pissed about that. But really, I don't think she was pissed about that. Obviously, she would be happy if they never came back again and wrote him off as a runaway, in my opinion. You know, and again, I think that is kind of how Chris and Katie thought of things, especially when Chris is saying things like, "Well, we never thought it was going to get this big." Well, think again. Sebastian's army's right here, stronger than ever, in my opinion. We made a big impact at the gathering. I think it was a huge, huge impact, and did it the right way. Um, really made sure that everyone is aware. Um, and again, the community outreach for an outpouring of support for Gannon in the neighborhood. Everyone in that neighborhood, that little small neighborhood that he lived in, or that that area, all turned it blue. They're also planning on doing that again in Lorson Ranch, that neighborhood, for Gannon again, because Letitia's getting another chance. So, um, Gannon has not been forgotten. you know um so yeah, that's it, Seth. You're absolutely right. I don't care what she thinks of me. It's hurting the child to get to the other parent is what I can't wrap my mind around. Yeah, because and also, at a certain point you have to realize that look, as your children get older, you're always going to have a connection there, right? Because that your child's going to want both of their parents at functions. Um, that was something really beautiful that Landon said when her and Al, finally joined forces and everything. She just said, Gannon, I know you want to see us both up here, right? And that's it. Because kids love their parents unconditionally, even if there is abuse present and things like that. They're looking for validation. We're going to talk a lot more about that in terms of Harley and Letitia and how their dynamics works together or, doesn't work. Um, so because that's present there as well. Hurting the child to get, just out of selfishness. Oh, and I do wanna point out I could leave this, sorry. I do wanna point out too that, Harley and Letitia are constantly FaceTiming each other throughout this, and Al is trying to get a hold of her, trying to tell her, "Come down here, where are you?" Type of a thing, so right, he's having a
Sorry,
hard
that
time
took a
with
little
it.
bit. Phone's done. Okay. Have that back. Okay, we're going through this stuff right now, so I don't know what's on it yet. Okay, it takes a little while to go through all that. Couple questions. Who is your internet provider?
Xfinity.
Xfinity. Okay. And do you have Wi-Fi in the house?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I know some people don't activate the Wi-Fi portion of it, so.
No, we only use Wi-Fi. I don't think we have any hardwired cables.
Okay. What kind of shoes does Gannon have?
Aw, thank you, Mama, for gifting a Lady Freedom's Raw Narratives membership. And if you got a membership, Welcome to the Dragon Tribe, and make sure you thank Mama. Oh, that was so sweet, Mama. Thank you. Aw. So yeah, again, now they're asking questions. So they downloaded a phone, right? Gave it back. So the officer left for a minute. All the texting happened. Comes back, and now they're talking more about internet access, how what type of provider they have, and that sort of thing. And they're also asking now what kind of shoes Gannon had on.
He has,
And do you know which ones he was wearing?
yes, I'm assuming because he has a pair of Nikes school nice shoes, and then he has a pair of Nikes play shoes, kind of like the ones he had first. The black nice ones are at the house,
Okay.
so he should have the blue. It's kind of like mine. I have the white sole, but it's more like a lighter sea green, turquoise kind of. Anyways, whatever, like a blue Nike shoe.
Okay, they're Nike.
Yeah.
And do they have the Nike swoosh or whatever they call it?
Somewhere on it, yeah. I don't remember exactly. I know his laces look frayed. On those are kind of frayed and knotted, and because they're old.
Those are his knock around.
Yeah, his play shoes or whatever. Yeah.
Tell me about what would you say your relationship with Gannon is?
I think it's great. He opens up to me a lot, like because I've set the stage for openness without judgment with him. That I've made sure he's able to talk to me without having to feel bad. That whatever his feelings are his feelings. That I'm not going to dictate that. And that's part of that counseling that I started.
Okay.
But yeah, we have a great relationship. I mean, we play. I'm busy. I'm in the Army. I work a good bit. But I play his video game. We'll play video games together. He always.
And I do think this might be a little bit of self-preservation with Al, right? Because obviously it's nobody wants to be in this hot seat, right? And again, this is the value of bringing people in for interviews. At no point has this officer told Al, "Hey, you're under arrest," right? Didn't Mirandize him, nothing like that. He's free to leave at any time. But again, it's just being in that room, right? Knowing there's a camera on you, knowing you're being recorded, knowing that the detective is questioning you again about certain things that you've already talked about. But I think Al is again going back to the counseling. Oh, I'm a good dad. I'm a hard worker, and I don't doubt that for 1 minute. And Shauna, thank you so much for your super sticker. That's so sweet, and all the green hearts and the pink ribbons. That is so sweet. Thank you, thank you. But yeah, it's just again interesting to watch, and then what we know or what we're going to watch afterwards. Um, and I have no doubt that Gannon and Al had a good relationship. Also, just want to throw that out there as well.
Is telling me about his latest show or game or whatever. So
school says he loves games.
Yeah, he does, and he does a coding after school too. So I'm trying to translate that into a skill. Starting now, see if he really is interested in it. So well, he actually said a couple of years ago, he's like, I want to be a video game designer or something. So if that works, and he loves. Yeah, it is, and he loves that kind of stuff. So
And guys, Gannon is super intelligent and can do coding and enjoy doing the coding, so that's what's again so sad about Gannon and Letitia taking his life, because he really, really could have um, done something amazing with that. We have no idea what kind of programs he could have came up with as an 11-year-old wanting to do games. Yeah, of course, because games are fun and that sort of thing. But with his knowledge, he could have really done something fantastic. So again, it's just such a great loss, and what a monster. So yeah, I do think he is sincere in his intentions, and I might be wording that wrong, Detroit, because I mean, again, I think he's a good guy. I think he works hard for his family. Al seems to be like the type of person that does enjoy having a family, right? He goes to work, comes home. But there's a major disconnect. We're gonna find out all about it here coming up. But again, I think a lot of it too is partly ego. You're like, "Oh, gosh, I mean, this happened at my house, it's difficult. So he is shifting some of the blame over, but the detective's not buying any of it, right? And he knows, and I think Al is absolutely picking up on it. You can see he's very nervous. And again, his body language throughout is interesting just to watch it because he's kind of antsy in his chair a little bit, right? I'm not going to say he's froggy. I'm just saying he's antsy. And again, a lot of this can contribute to the fact that he doesn't know where Gannon is and he's anxious because he wants to get out of there. But I don't think it's because he's guilty or because he had involvement or has any knowledge. I think it's more or less the situation. And again, he's not wanting to be completely honest with the detectives. Not yet.
Yeah, I've
So no real issues between you and him.
no, never. I mean, he's never like. Sometimes he's never snapped at me or like really he has a boat up at me or anything like that. Like you get.
Give him time.
Yeah, I know he will. But he's a kind, tender-hearted little kid.
Okay.
Him and his sister go at it, but that's natural.
That's what I was gonna go through everybody in the family.
Yeah, they go at it, but it's petty stuff. I mean, he's never laid a hand on her that I know of, or I can remember. And likewise with her, they just, whose turn is it to sweep, and then they get into a fight about it. That kind of stuff.
Right.
Then his stepsister, I mean, she's 17, and she's joined the Air Force Reserves, and so she's got a car. So like, you know how that goes. So she's out. Basically, she's out and about. I mean, they get along. There are no issues there. She's done a lot of babysitting them over the years since me and her mama got together. So she takes more of a like supervisory role, I guess.
Sure.
But yeah, I mean, they're brothers and sisters. We try to treat them like that, but they're not like Lane and him are as far as they're natural. But no issues there.
Okay.
Him and Tisha, same thing. I mean, no real issues. It is a little harder on him because of his mom's back home and all that stuff. It's blended family stuff. Everybody goes through it. That's in a blended family. Me and her with that, it's hard for me because I expect them to be treated all equally, and so not that she treats them any less. It's just she's got her daughter, and of course she probably says the same thing about me. So fair enough.
I think that's probably normal.
Yeah, fair enough on that one. But
no major issues.
No issues. I mean, he always says, "I love you, Tisha," and she cares for him and stuff. So I mean, nothing there. So.
Okay, I've asked you a bunch of stuff. I know we've gone over this.
See, this is so sad to me too. And again, little kids are just so sweet. Gannon's 11, guys. I mean, I know Detroit. I don't know how he's going to talk about it and how they met and everything. It was when he was vulnerable, and that's a hard situation. And sometimes it doesn't work well. It doesn't work out well when you have someone that's, right there to catch you and take advantage of you either. Which in my opinion that was probably the case. But yeah, I mean, because he's a nice looking guy. All that is unseen says blame it on the hormones. Right? I mean, really. So and Lovergirl, it's so sad. It's so sad, right? Especially when he says, Gannon would say, "Love you, Tisha." Like, what a little sweetheart. I really think Gannon, again, it was because he loved his mama. It's because he was his mom's boy, and because she and him had a connection, and Letitia was jealous of it. Um, I believe that with all of my heart. Just like Al says, just like he comes to terms with, right? And he knows more as his Gannon's father than I would. But I can see that fitting like a glove, and or if the shoe fits, so um yeah, she's a master manipulator, but her time, as all master manipulators, times all come, right? Where it comes to a head because they can only control so much. And they're not as smart as they think they are. They just enjoy getting over on people. And whatever's worked for them in the past works for them now. Now, this is where I see Katie in Letitia. because Katie, in my opinion, is ultra manipulative. And we see that when she's mirror matching people and when she's, um, matching energies, like what she would say in her own words. But again, it's a manipulation tactic, or strategy to gain someone's trust or build camaraderie or rapport. Um, it's actually taught in sales. Um, Women's Warrior, good to see you. I always think about these children having their lives snuffed out, and we will never know what contribution they could have made to society because could be the knowledge, right, curing cancer or something amazing, in my opinion. I agree. I agree, Women's Warrior. And it is very, very, very sad, um, to know that Gannon's story ended the way that it did. I think he's still helping a lot of people out there, and I think that he still served an awesome purpose. I just wish it would have been the one that he wanted, you know? So, but I agree with you wholeheartedly. Well said.
Couple times now. Do you have questions for me? I don't have any updates for you at this point. But like I said, as soon as we do get updates, we're going to be giving you a call.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, we still got, in fact, before I came up here, 10 to 15 people just left from my house back out on the beaten streets and looking out, putting the flyers and stuff. So, Colorado Springs knows about it at least. But yeah, I mean, other than updates.
Okay, so a bunch of people came out, right, to help in the community, as I said before, and Al's talking about that here. He also has a bunch of military family, right? Because they are stationed. We talked about this too, in an area where there's a heavy influence of military, right? But we also see that in Sebastian Rogers' case, but we don't see the outpouring like they came out for Al. So even though he's in the National Guard, right? Um, they're all coming out to help, right? They're bringing him pizza. They're helping search, boots on the ground for Gannon. Where is that outpouring from Chris and Katie's fellow seamen? Just a question, and I think it's valid. I'm not trying to bash military personnel because military personnel was present and they came out to help search for Sebastian in week 1. But I'm talking about the brothers and sisters that directly knew Chris and Katie, and none of them have ever formed a search party for Sebastian Rogers, and neither have Chris and Katie Proudfoot, in my opinion.
The information, I don't really have any questions. My wife is concerned, I will tell you that, so maybe I can ask you that about, like, she's like, why are you still in there? Do we need to get a lawyer? I'm like, I don't think it's that. I don't think, like
I told you, we're trying to find him. That's what
Right.
this all is about.
I
Okay.
see that. I don't know. Did she ever get in touch with Bethel?
I don't know.
She said
I
she
don't
couldn't get
know.
a hold of her, so.
We want to make sure that we get every little scrap of info that
Right.
we possibly can. Okay. We have an 11-year-old out there.
All right, so this is where the detective breaks it down for Al. And I can't even believe that he has to say it. He's like, look, we have an 11-year-old out there somewhere. Knock, 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 Al. That's your 11-year-old. That's your 11-year-old. And this is the part where me no likey, right? Again, it's going to change, but I just have to say it. Like, this is fucked up. Okay, right here. I'm sorry. And I know it's going to change. It's not, again, not that I hate Al or anything. In Women's Warrior, this is the thing about Sebastian's disappearance and his case. I've learned so much from Sebastian because the way this mainstream media has done Sebastian, and then you start realizing it and seeing in other aspects, uh, he Sebastian, his case exposed a lot of this, right? A lot of these I don't even know what to call them, indiscretions, bullshit, um, like, "Oh, I'm John Walsh, and I'm from America's Most Wanted, and I suck at life," really, in reality, right? The fact that they really don't care when it comes to the missing kids unless it's someone who has millions of dollars, right? Because I can't even get 2% of the coverage for Devlin Tate because he's a poor white kid from, Lake Odessa, Michigan, small little tiny fishing farm town, right? But his life matters just as much as Nancy Guthrie's. But we can't get the same coverage for him or any of the kids, not even a small percentage of what she gets because she's rich, right? But she got to live her whole life. There's something majorly wrong with that. So yeah, I learned so much from these poor young lives, right? That are either being halted because they're being held somewhere or something horrible happened, because again, I don't know what happened to Sebastian. I'm thinking about it and trying to figure it out every day. Same thing with Devlin, but again, why are these kids just going missing and no one cares? Why are these kids going missing and it's not the top story? Why can't we get more awareness out about these kids? You know? And everyone's life matters. Don't get me wrong. If my mother was 150 years old and she was missing, it would tear me up. Right? It just would. So, and my heart goes out to, Savannah. But there's just something really wrong. You know, I just think it's gotten so overdone, Brad, and it's not like I'm praying for her and her family. I hope her mother is found. I hope they get closure or they find her. But it's a little unnerving. It just doesn't sit well with me that these children are not looked at. Um, and then again, even with Gannon's case, the same judge who gave him justice and who saw it through made a major mistake. It's not just a little hiccup. And as a result, here we are trying to prove a case that, has long ago been proven, and it should never be brought up again. It's terribly sad. Um, hey, Crazy Bird, good to see ya. Yeah, mama, it's just, it's not that I don't care about older people. I do. Because I myself wouldn't want to go missing at any age. It's scary to think what could have happened here. And even being held against your will, or whatever is going on. Um, Oh, well, that's wonderful, Women's Warrior. Oh, I will be praying for you. Women's Warrior says, I'm working on something that could possibly change the way resources and help and awareness equally for all children across US, Canada, and UK. Fingers crossed. Oh, that's great, Women's Warrior. We were talking about even getting out, a brochure, how I hate to say it, but I've been handed these brochures with resources in domestic violence, right? But I would like to see that given to parents of missing children. I don't care if they think they ran away. Give them this, right? To help them get resources straight away. and good information and what they should do next, and good advice, from National Center for Missing and Exploited Children. That would be a number one resource, in my opinion, that would be most helpful, um, because they have all the good stuff there. Um, but that's wonderful, Women's Warrior. I'm so glad that you're working on that. Um, Yes, Shauna, I mean, I feel it, girl, and I'm gonna say it out loud too. So many changes are coming soon. And, again, with Sebastian's Law, I need to get with Seth. I know he's over there teasing the crap out of me always. Um, but, you know, we need to get together on that because I want to make a video about Sebastian's Law, but I also want to make sure that I understand all of it, um, fully too, so I can you know, get a good video out about that. Because again, if we know better, we can do better with things, right? So if we've gone through it before and we experience it, and we have these parents out here, like Bo Busby, right? And Bo's wife, and I know their whole family is working on this, but I know he's kind of spearheading this, Shauna. And I mean, when they've gone through it and they know and they can help other people. It's the same thing with Jana, right? And her sister Crystal. Um, she did a billboard for her sister. She has done petitions and made changes that are huge for people going forward who have gone through the same exact thing. And that's how she is healing and making sure that her sister is always going to be remembered, and never forgotten, and always, that the truth is out there, um, because it hasn't always been that way. And she helps families also with resources and how to navigate. And so that's what you just do regularly, right? Because again, you never want to see this happen to another kid or another family, right? Or another a human. Um, there you are out of the bushes. I shook him out of the bushes. But yes, I would love to do that, Seth, because I think it's super important. And those are the things that make things better, right, for other families and other children. And that's how we can find kids more quickly, like with the pink alert. You know, again, I don't get alerts that are so much that I'm like, "Oh, I'm desensitized," or however they think we're gonna become. Um, Send out the pink alert. Send out an alert when there's missing person, because the faster that we can get that out, then we know we need to look for somebody, and that is going to show results, and they know that. That is undisputable, and I'm not even gonna say prove me wrong. I know I always say that. Prove it, prove me wrong then. I'm not even gonna say it because it's a fact. As soon as people see and know that, they can get their eyes out there, their ears out there, and if they spot this person, whoever it is, um, they can call the authorities. Um, because yeah, Haley was out there for quite a little bit, and people could have spotted her with that beautiful hair of hers and that big smile. I mean, it's just. Mm. Oh, okay, Brad. I didn't know that. I know that they did the preliminaries. So yeah, I didn't know that they actually did they set a date yet? Brad says Michael Monkey Vaughn's trial is later this year. I know a lot of the YouTubers are going. Yeah, I need to do a live on Monkey. I do. And catch up on some of that stuff. It's just been wild the way that Brandy has had to put up with those disgusting excuses for humans. So yeah, I need to do a catch up on that. I don't even know how far Idaho would be. So, but we'll definitely cover the trial. I want to see justice for Michael Monkey Vaughn and his family. And I'm just praying to God that they break and tell something to help bring him home. So. Oh, good. Okay, Seth, that's amazing. I'm just waiting on a response from my representative, is all when it comes to Sebastian's Law. That is fantastic. Um, no, no. Crystal's case is completely different. So, and I do have videos and I've done interviews with Jana, but Jana is Crystal's sister and she did a lot of her own investigating into her sister's untimely passing and brought in evidence. It's a big case and one that is really near and dear to me, all that is unseen. And I really can't sum it all up in a short box and put a bow on it. I would have to direct you to the videos, but her husband was affiliated with law enforcement and the long and short of it is that I think that he took her life um based on the entrance and exit wounds and where they were located on her head. And her sister has changed many, many things, like her husband Tony had her cremated and he desecrated her remains in transit, sending them to her family members. One was her son. And so there was a law passed that you can no longer disrespect people in that manner. So, I mean, she's done the most when it comes to changing things for the better and in her sister's honor. So yeah, definitely go check out Crystal McCrory Jones. Um, and you know, like I said, that's what it's really all about, and that's how you keep someone's memory out there. Because they should never have to die in vain, in my opinion. So and Seth says, I'm working on something of the sort. WW, just saying it takes time, and I even despise stating that. Yeah, I mean, it takes for, hey, it's always a process, and especially, when you have to get some of these buttholes to, care when they don't. That's you know, the hardest thing about advocating, I think, or one of the harder things. I've reached out to Blackburn several times. They haven't heard back from her at all, even though she will supposedly be the next governor of Tennessee. Well, she needs to get with the program. I see all these people and they're not even running against anyone and they act like this campaigning is just like such a big deal. And I'm like, but you're running unopposed, so you got it in the bag, right? So let's do something now. If I had something in the bag already, then I wouldn't even be worried about it. I'd be just trucking right along. I mean, hello, look at Craddock over there. You know, he's putting up signs and all this and making a big to do about it. Like he should, like he should. Um, yeah, it's crazy.
Somewhere.
Yeah. Oh, I know.
And we want to find him. Okay, so that's my whole goal in this whole conversation with you, is to get as much info from you as I can. Is there something that I haven't asked you that you think may be relevant to any of this?
No, I mean, what I keep trying to figure out is I keep going two directions. Like, once we found out the come and go was not part of the equation,
right?
I'm stuck on either he's at somebody's house in a neighborhood, the kid with the brother that obviously is doing drugs, and overdosed, or they got him doped up or something, and he's still there, or the other scenario and somebody's got him, and who
One
knows?
other question I forgot to ask, and
Yeah,
I want to ask this. Is there anyone in the neighborhood that you're aware of that he has had issues with?
No, not that I can think
Adult, kid, doesn't matter.
No, all the people he hangs out with, like I said, we don't do a background check, but we kind of do the once over.
You do the old-fashioned parenting.
Exactly.
Yeah.
We do the once over on them, and if they're, just to be real, I don't know who's gonna see this, but like that one kid, that Lily that lives behind us, not down the street, but behind us, we're not as approving of what some of their lifestyle that you smell and when you go.
Right.
So we limit that a little bit, and
Okay.
that's my prerogative as the parent.
Absolutely.
So
Absolutely.
and honestly, I really don't care who sees that. I reserve that right to say where they can and can't go. So, but with them, I mean, they've never even, he's never said he had an issue with anybody. No fighting at school. Like you got the same report from the school that he doesn't. I mean, he's kind of even keeled. He doesn't go high or low with anybody.
No behavioral issues. Nothing like that.
And that kind of is, that's how I am. I'm kind of, maybe I'm boring, but I'm steady.
Right.
My daughter, she's dramified. But most of that you can attribute to second, third grade girl stuff, where she's my best friend today, and like 2 days later, I don't even know who she is, and then she's my best friend on Monday,
Right.
So she has a lot of those ebbs and flows, but he's just like whatever. So,
but any issues that he has told you about from school, maybe.
Chi-Chi, that's what I'm talking about. And, he's asking about issues at school and, again, covering the bases. But yeah, if I don't meet the parents face to face, my kid ain't going, period. I mean, especially when they're 11, I mean, as they get a little bit older, yeah, I'm sure, 16, 17, I get it. You get maybe a little bit more relaxed and everything. But yeah, I mean, absolutely. Yeah, Shauna, for sure. If they're going someplace and they're spending a lot of time over there, you need to know. That's why it was so odd that Letitia was like, "Oh, well, I don't know any of them. Al knows all of them and all this stuff." That was weird. I don't say whether they can go over there or not, all of that. So
The teacher didn't see it or whatever.
No, his teacher loves him. I can't think of anything. He has not come home and said that. In fact, funny you asked it, because like there was one little boy on the bus that's picking on my daughter, and I told him, I said, don't touch him, don't hit him, don't threaten him, but go to him and tell him to leave my sister alone. Make it known that we're watching, and he won't do it. So that kind of sums up. I'm not just saying that because he's my son. He's not out there fighting or doing wrong things.
I don't mean to say that.
well, and he's non-confrontational. I think Gannon seemed like he was non-confrontational, very sweet. And, even though he probably wanted to protect his baby sister, he didn't want to start a confrontation. Um, I know exactly, Holly. She was kind of trying to. She was absolutely manipulating him, for sure. And we don't know what they were talking about, when after he came home from Oklahoma or anything like that,
I'm just like someone at school maybe having a problem with him.
We've not.
He hasn't come to you and told you about anything
not
like
that I can think of. No, nothing even like. He always gets the highest mark. Well, upper level marks of behavior and all that stuff. So it's like, but to be fair, he's on that medicine, which kind of he's in the zone and he's focused on his schoolwork, and he doesn't really let the stuff on the outskirts bother him. Now when he's off and when he's, in kind of all over the place mode, he gets a little bit more frustrated, and I see that a lot more at home with his sister. So him not being at school, there was a couple times we forgot his medicine or something. We skipped a day, and he, the teacher emailed and said, "Hey, he's kind of been chatty." She called it chatty, which I know it means he's been out there.
Right.
But then I just let her know, "Hey, it's my fault. We didn't give him his medicine today." So, but yeah, like I said, no, nothing aggressive, no fighting. And once again, I'll attribute that to the openness we share between me and him, and then the counseling. where he can get it out and doesn't have to. Because I had some stuff as a kid with my family, breaking up, and I didn't have counseling, so I was like, you had to figure it out on the inside. But sometimes, sometimes you let it build up.
Well, I want to get you out of here. I know you want to get back out there, and so we'll end with any questions for me.
No.
When I know something, you will.
That was my only thing. Just because I got obviously the whole community's pulling for it, and I like the people, if they offering their support and prayers, I like to say.
Well, there's a whole lot of people watching and looking.
I know.
So
I know. I trusted you guys. Like I said, my wife, she's more of a firecracker. So
right.
Best of luck if she makes it up here.
Well, let's get you out of here.
Okay, guys. So that concludes that interview, but we're going to see some more text threads really quick, and then we'll hop back to the other interview.
Hey guys, Coach Mitch here. 7 days before your CBP interview, are you ready? If you
Immediately following this interview with Al, sends a text message to Letitia and says, hey, call. Letitia does call him back, and they speak for 12 minutes and 28 seconds. A minute later, Harley tries to FaceTime her mother, who does not answer. She sends a text message to Letitia at 5:45. Someone is here with pizza. And she said, it's pizza. Harley, following the rules of the house, was told not to open the door for anyone, asked, do I open? And Letitia says, yes. 5:52, Letitia FaceTimes Harley, and they speak for 3 minutes and 34 seconds. And then about 8 minutes later, at 6 o'clock, the sheriff's office, the special victims unit, calls Letitia, and they speak for 34 minutes and 57 seconds. Now, I can only imagine that is because she was refusing to go back to the station to be questioned. So they had additional questions for her after.
I think that the special victims unit might have called Letitia because Letitia was claiming to have been SA'd by one of the perpetrators, right? Whether it be Quincy, the Mexican guy, Uncle Matt, whoever the hell, she decided to come up with, all her little harebrained schemes here. But I do think that's why they talked with her for 43 minutes. They're probably trying to get one of her crazy ass stories that she concocted while Al was down there trying to tell, yeah, Seth, hola. Right? It reminds me of Sherry Papini. Like, oh, it was two Mexican ladies, and then they're like, all the poor Mexican ladies, if there's two of them together, they're, being profiled, all because, these crazy people over here. But, so yeah, because she says all that. So that's my best guess because, we know special victims means that they were assaulted in a sex crime. So oh, she made up all the stories, Lover Girl. Like, and it wasn't even like she let one ride out before she was coming up with another one. That's what's always, interesting. It's because they know that their lie isn't good enough, right? And then they start panicking and they're like, oh my God, they don't believe me. And that's where the paranoia sets in. And again, we're gonna see this. So, here's Letitia, and you can see again, just both texting and calling, FaceTiming with Harley, very prominent. But again, with Harley, she's looking for her mom to, allow her to do certain things. Whereas at a 17-year-old, or excuse me, as a 17-year-old, she should have been able to make that executive decision without her mother. But she's not making any decisions without Letitia, in my opinion.
Speaking with Al. Call with the special victims unit started at 6 p.m. and the duration was 34 minutes. She was still on that call while she texts Harley and says, what's going on there? Harley says, Albert came and he left. Well, he's back now. And then she immediately texts Al, where are you? And he said, home. She said, what questions did they ask you? You can see she's starting to get paranoid because she doesn't know where Al is. And she's being asked these questions on the phone, and she has to know what Al was asked so that she can answer the correct questions instead of just answer the truth. That's what honest people do. 6:24, again, she's still on the call with the Special Victims Unit. She sends another text to Harley and says, "What's Albert doing? They are asking me dumb questions." Harley says, "He's talking to the news because they're here." She's still on the call with the Special Victims Unit. Al sends her a text. She says, "Same ones how?" She needs specifics. She needs to know exactly what were you asked. She's still on the call. She sends a text to Harley. "Is he still with the news?" Harley says they're about to leave. And then Letitia says, "Anyone else there?" "They're leaving." "Just you, Albert, and Lena?" "Yes, me and Lena." "I don't know if they need people, are still packing stuff into the cars, but only me and Lena are inside." "Packing what?" "Camera equipment." "Where's Albert though?" "He left to go look again." So keep in mind, Al is at home. She is not at home. She refused to go to the police station, but she's sending all these text messages, answering phone calls, wanting.
Right. And I think that she wasn't at home because she knew either the cops or the news were going to show up, right? And then there's all these, neighbors that are wanting to help and everything. Yeah, she wanted to get the hell out of there, right? As fast as she can. Again, reminds me a lot of what Katie's actions were a little bit later, although she did stick at home, um, you know, during the 7 days. But then after that, we find that she's going to accompany Chris, whatever the hell that means. I mean, I know what it means, but just an odd phrasing, in my opinion, back to work. Because, it's not like you bring your spouse to work day.
To know what's going on. Now, someone that's frantic wanting to find her stepson, you would think she would be at home. But no, I believe she was out hiding Gannon's body. 6:35. At this point, she's just hung up with the sheriff's office. She sends a text message to Al and says, "I need to talk."
Okay, and I also do believe there that she did want to hide Gannon, or she was in the middle of doing something. I think that is a strong possibility.
To you. "And why is Lena still with Harley? Hello, this is important." And she tries to call Al and he doesn't answer. She tries again to call Al, he doesn't answer. And then a few minutes later, she's starting to really get paranoid. She doesn't know where Al is. She doesn't know what he said to the police. She knows nothing. She doesn't know if they're on to her and if she needs to get details from Al. So she's paranoid. She starts texting Al. "You are supposed to be my teammate and we need to talk. And where are you? I don't know what's going on with you, but Harley's going to need to leave. You said you came and left. Albert, they were asked bad stuff about you. That's why I said a lawyer. Where are you guys? Did you do those things?" You see how she's projecting onto Al? I believe this is an attempt to get Al on her side.
Oh, definitely. She wants to act like the police are the enemy, right? And that she is trying to save Al's butt, even though she's the one that needs the lawyer. Good night, Witchy. She's the one that needs the lawyer, right? In my opinion. And she's saying, "Oh, they're saying bad things about you. That's why." Uh, no, they weren't.
If Al feels like they're not only on to her but to him, then he'll be on her side and he'll hire the lawyer. This is all manipulation. Her paranoia causes her to call Al at 6:43, 6:44, 6:51, and he doesn't answer any of those calls. So she then calls Harley. 6:56, she calls Harley and they speak for 3 minutes and 38 seconds. And then the Kia rental is located in the short-term parking, not at the rental car return.
Okay, guys, so this is a big part, right? Is that the rental car isn't where it's supposed to be. And also these weird and odd messages from Letitia is what really sets Al off. And her blaming the detectives and saying, that they're blaming him or saying he had involvement. So Al's finally onto his wife and her lies. And that's going to be very visible in this next interview. We're going to see that unfold. So Al's going to burn it down, right? He's going to tell all. He's going to tell all. This is hilarious where he calls Letitia a nappy head, or nappy headed. This made my day when I saw it. I forgot about this. Okay, here we go.
From the nappy-headed, murderous, narcissistic, and arrogantly flippant human being that sits in our midst today.
All right, guys. And Al's got to know, I know if he ever watched my show, which I doubt he will, but when you get a Bill Murray standing ovation from Lady Freedom, that means that you're cool, right? No, I'm just kidding. Like he cares. But I'm just saying, again, I don't want to, make it a bash fest on Al, because in this second interview, guys, to come clean, right? And he's about to do the right thing, and it all comes together for him. Now, some people might say, well, he was in self-preservation mode. I believe that Al loves his son. I believe that Al was standing up for Gannon, even though Letitia, uh, probably didn't like it, right? And there was a lot of times where Al was very much showing that he is a loving father. So I just want to preface it with that. But buckle up, because this is where we're going to learn a lot about Letitia and the real situation in Gannon's home.
7 p.m., Letitia tries to call Al, and he doesn't.
Okay, guys, really quick, I just want to say Lady for Justice, and I'll rewind it just a little bit. Definitely go sub up to her if you want to get rational, logical content. Like, you're going to see her. This is her part where she's talking about the timeline details and introducing the interview, and then at the end she's also going to give a little bit of commentary that I wanted to leave in there, because I believe in creators who are in true crime that stick to the facts, that refer to FOIA and documents that can be obtained and that can be seen and referred back to and shared with receipts and all of this, right? So big shout out to Lady for Justice. I'm glad I found her through Gannon's case. Just does a great job. And here she is, Lady Justice True Crime, right? And I'll get that link as well.
7 p.m., Letitia tries to call Al, and he doesn't answer. As the paranoia starts to build, she starts texting Al. Why are you ignoring me and going to get Landon? I've been home to meet you, like you said. I've called and called. I called the lady and I told her you were now missing off the face of the earth and was supposed to be going to get Landon. And you were supposed to take Lena. And Harley said you left. And then I went there and you weren't there. And then at 7:03, which is in the same time frame she's sending these text messages to Al, she calls Detective Bethel at the sheriff's office, and they speak for 3 minutes and 52 seconds. Then at 7:17, she sends another text to Al. Well, Harley was supposed to help me meet this team. I do know where you are and got worried. I'm sorry. I just wanted to be with you afterwards. And then Harley sends a text message to Letitia at 7:21. Someone is here. Who? I don't know. People with badges. Don't open. Now they're knocking. They're leaving, I think. What the heck? Who is that?
Wow. So she tells Harley, like, don't let the police in, don't open the door, right? None of that. So why would you do that? If you have a missing child that ran away, wouldn't you want to answer the door to see if they found him or have him bringing him home? That's wild. So again, Letitia's pulling the strings. She's the friggin' puppet master, but at 17, Harley's definitely all in.
Then she texts Al, I'm looking for you. Are you okay? Harley continues texting to Letitia. I don't know. Their car is still here. Someone with a no caller ID called me. I didn't answer. It was a detective. He left a voicemail. What did he say? She just wanted to talk to me and to open the door. Why do they want to bombard you? I don't know. How did they get my number? Now they're looking in the windows. They are at the door saying the sheriff's office. Meanwhile, Al shows up at the sheriff's office to give his second interview. Here is that interview. While their interview is taking place, there is a series of texting going on during the interview. So there's also going to be some phone calls between Letitia and Harley, and Letitia and Al and Harley. There's a bunch of phone tag going on and text messages. So keep an eye on the screen. I'm going to be displaying them during the interview. I will not be doing any interruptions, maybe a couple of voiceovers if I feel I need to point something out, but otherwise, just keep an eye on the screen and you'll see the activity of what's going on outside the interview room while Al is inside the interview.
Imagine being able to build an app with your name on it, just
Sorry,
by thinking
guys.
about it. Meet Base 44.
Okay, so Al's in the interview room. There's all this activity going on. I just want to point out that none of it pertains to Gannon. All of it is like damage control and alibi building, right? Like Shauna, it's just word vomit texting and alibi. Exactly. Right? Just in the mad dash and they're flustered and everything's going on and they're texting back and forth and they're making phone calls. Al's sitting there right on camera. We can see him doing his thing and she's going to pop it up on the screen, right? Again, big shout out. So here's the thing. None of it's about Gannon. None of it. Absolutely sickening, really. It's all Al trying to get her down to the station, which I'm saying he's doing for Gannon. I'm not saying he's not. But what I'm saying is that all of this other side note shit, all this little circus, this little puppet master thing on the side that Letitia's running, oh boy, none of it's about Gannon. Yes, Crazy Bird. So it's the same day. It's the same day, and it is Al actually goes back because he realizes that Letitia is lying about some stuff and he's about to go over it with Detective Riley. And then a side note, well, I'm going back home, right? And that's Letitia. And we can see that too popping up on the screen here in the in green. Oh, and also detectives have taken Al's phone and downloaded it as well. And then anytime you see this, it's going to give a duration here, and then it's going to give who was involved. So Letitia and Harley are both communicating here. And here's Al, feverishly texting back and forth.
Hey. Yeah, I'm up here now. At the with the investigators. Yeah, I know you're looking for my daughter, but I don't know where they are. I have no clue. But what? You might. So my 17-year-old and my 8-year-old were there when I left, with like pretty much all the lights on. Is there a white car in the driveway? Okay, so yeah, she left, and she texted me and told me she left, coming to look for me. So. Okay, yeah, they okay, sounds good. All right, thank you.
Okay, so Al just got a call from another officer, right? And he is trying to make sure that Elena's okay, right? Gannon's little sister Elena, and last time he, knew of, she's with Harley at the house, right? But Letitia leaves and she's coming to look for Al, but she knows that Al is at the police station. Um, I'm guessing because he left, but then again, he did leave out to search. So she might think that he was out searching, and he's going to go over all of it from his account, well, what he was doing and everything from the time that he left. But yes, he decides that he's going to come back, right? Because the math ain't mathin', and she's, placing blame, saying the detectives are placing blame or saying bad things about Al. And I think that's what, also gets him to come up there, but he's going to explain all that as well. And he also called in, I think, because he wanted to go back and speak with the detectives. So again, we're going to hear from Gannon's mother, who is also Lena's mother, and she's like, "Hey, how are you leaving our daughter, our 8-year-old, with your freaking batshit crazy wife who lost Gannon, a whole ass child?" Right? So again, Al's behavior is off, but and it's not rational, right? Because he's not going into protection mode against Letitia. He still very much believes her, in my opinion. He's still in denial. Oh, sorry, guys. But yeah, he still very much believes her. He's still in denial, but he's also wanting to get down there to tell the officers the real story. And again, I think he's, second guessing himself. All that is unseen, 100%. That cognitive dissonance is powerfully making us stay in states of denial. Right. And, and here he's got his head in his hands. He's like, he knows. He's like, I'm way in over it. I'm over Letitia's crazy behavior. Um, you know, and that's right. And she knows exactly where he's at, Detroit, and she's plotting and planning and scheming. Um, it's just crazy. Um, yeah, KJ Maxx, the last time I knew, she was doing well and going to nursing school, but KJ's wondering, anyone know what ended up happening with Carly after her mother went to the clinic? She needed a lot of therapy. That would have been a big burden to carry. I agree. I agree. And what do you guys think about, and drop it in the comments if you're on replay, but what do you guys think Al is thinking at this moment? Right? Like, what do you think is going through his mind? Um, I, for one, think again that he is just really not fully wrapped his mind around it until he starts talking with the detective and things start to kind of unravel, and he sees how interested the detective is and he's picking up on that. Bless you, Mr. Beagle. And so yeah, I think that at this moment he is in, shock, he's in disbelief. And I think he's just going through a whole range of emotions and thoughts as well. Um, but yeah, he is waiting for the detectives, and this is what got was picked up also. Anything. So I don't know if he's saying anything. I can't hear him. Here's the detective.
Hanging in there.
Yo, it just hit me. I'm pretty sure that both of my neighbors on either side, one and two houses down, told me today that neither one of them saw him walk by. And I hope I'm not trying to mislead you guys.
Right. No.
I talked to, and I've been freaking out all day, but I've never talked to the people two the houses down on the left. Never talked to them, and they walked over today because I told you I had a crowd of my coworkers.
Right.
And they said they can see pretty much all the way to my driveway with their cameras. And I think they said they didn't see anything. And I know for a fact both of the other two said they didn't see him walk by. They checked that time frame and didn't see it.
Okay. So you had some messages that you were trying to talk about? What are those exactly?
Okay, she said she's going back home. So when I left, she said, well, what did they, you can just read it. I mean, you can go back as far as you want, but it's pretty much right there when I left here. What questions did they ask you? Same ones. And then I had gone home, grabbed some pizza. My coworkers brought some pizza, and then I decided I was going to go to Walmart and just snoop around, just see if I could find the boy or whatever. And then it hit me. I'm like, you know what? I'm going to go check and see if her car is where she said it was. And that's when I found that it wasn't there, and then I called you. I didn't get you initially, and then I called.
Okay, right. So he just said I called, right? I decided to call. It also stood out to him, right, that she's asking what was asked in the interview. What were they asking you? What kind of questions? Never once asking, do they know where Gannon is? Do they know who might have him? Anything like that, right? It's all trying to find out what was being said, what was being asked. Again, huge red flag, right? And he's pointing that out to the detective and showing him this is the activity that is on the phone since I left.
Yeah, I was actually out running around.
Yeah, that's fine. But I got Bethel, so it worked out. But then, and this kind of shit I got all the time. I'm supposed to be my teammate, blah, blah, blah. But then, right here, like they were asking bad stuff about you, so I said you need a lawyer. Then I called Beth, and Beth's like, nope, she never came up here. So it's like,
I don't know where that came from.
What?
Supposedly we were talking bad
so
stuff.
let me. Okay, I didn't want to do this. I mean, this was not about me and my wife's relationship per se, but this is fine. I've been borderline wanting to get out of this for a long time because of shit like that right there. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Get lied to nonstop. And then it gets started. I mean, at some point there, she turned it on me. Like I said something about landing. I'm going to pick up my ex-wife or something. The face of the earth, and was supposed to be going to get laid. Whatever. Anyway, so she always anyways, you see the trend there in that one little.
Did you speak with her on the phone?
No, I did not.
Okay.
Because once I got to where the car was supposed to be and it's not there, it was like it took me a second to let it sink in, but then it was instantaneously something's not right. Then I started going through it, and like I said, when I came in here, I've been thinking about it. Then it was like both the neighbors said they never saw him walk by on the cameras. So then here we go, because I'm not, and this is why she does it, because I'm not really the one that goes behind and checks up on people. I just don't. I believe in I believe in God. I believe in the golden rule kind of thing. Call it karma, whatever. I mean, if you do this to people, it's going to come back on you eventually.
Right.
And I don't know how much you want me to elaborate, but since I moved here because of her.
I'm here for you. You tell me what you want to tell me.
So I was in Alaska, I think I might have mentioned that, but she about 75% fabricated a sexual harassment story to get me out of last because she didn't want to be there, and got me here. I say 75%, 50% or greater. 1% fabrication is wrong, right? So, nonetheless, she got away. As soon as I get here, she took $8,000 from me, until I told her I was leaving, and then she gave it back, little by little, but she gave it back. And this is the part I sincerely apologize. I'm all over the place right now, I really am. But during that time, right before I got here, part of the reason my son's going to counseling because it was protection for him, because she accused him of just some heinous stuff, like he threatened me with a knife, and that's not my son. I've told you that over and over again. I'm not just protecting him. He's just not like that. He's a tender-hearted, kind little fella.
Okay.
So, so as soon as that happened, as soon as I got there, I enrolled him in that. Plus all the stuff with his mom. That was that's a big part of it. But and the doctor will tell you the first day.
Well, I will say, KJ, the neighbors' cameras did pick up Gannon leaving, and then when she came back, you can hear the 2 car doors close, and you can see the shadow of Gannon getting out. Like you can see his, feet on the other side. Very, very faint. Detroit, I think that Lena was at school for most, I mean, she was definitely at school for most of the day, and then when she came home, that's what's a little bit, as we go on, um it does appear that Gannon was either still alive, because according to Al, he's going to say that Lena said she saw Gannon, but if he was having stomach issues and he was maybe laying in the bed and no longer, alive, um, or barely hanging on there, she could have thought he just had stomach issues or something. And she's, only 8. So I don't know. That's so terrible, for her, but I do believe that she was home for some of what was going on. And that's right, Lover Girl, and all the truth is coming out, right? Um, yeah, and it's just gonna come pouring out of Al. This is interesting, and this is full of, his account and his perspective, being real, keeping it real with them.
Dr. Burtek, which I gave Bethel her number.
Zegrid releases immediately and blocks acid that causes heartburn for 24 hours. Feel the difference.
I tried to exercise my right as his parent and not have her in the room in that initial intake, and she demanded to be in the room because of what she had accused him of. She knew that was going to come up and blah, blah, blah. So finally the doctor said, okay, we'll give you a minute, and he'll get his time alone with the child or whatever. So then that's indicative of the problem nonetheless. So all in all, that is mistreatment, but all in all, on a daily basis, she doesn't mistreat him, but those are significant things,
Right.
I mean, if I would have let that go, imagine what the kid,
Right.
So my intent was not to come in here to bash my wife as it stands, but now there's more pieces revealing themselves. I have no choice but to.
Right. Well, that's your kid.
Yeah, it's my son, and I'm freaking out because he's in the back of her car somewhere. Or, I mean, I hope not, but that's all I can think about.
Right.
Is he's in the back of her car somewhere, God knows where, in the pond or something. I don't know.
Right.
But she has a history. She's got.
Okay, so now he's going to go into Letitia's history. I find it very interesting that it appears that it might be his father's intuition, right? This, something that's coming to him in an intuition. Like he's saying, I feel like she may have had him in the back of her car, right? Then we find out that I mean, obviously she did transport him somewhere. It's not clear to me 100%, and it might have even been in the trial, and I'm just not being able to recall it. But I'm not sure if she took him, after Lena got back, or something like that. I'm not sure. Um, but it does appear that there could be a strong chance that Gannon was in the house when the police officers came to do a search. So, the kind of the preliminary walkthrough search of the house when he says, "Do you mind if I look around?" type of a thing. The body cam shows all of that. Um, you know, he was intuitive, right? Shauna, I think it was his father's intuition, right? Or just yes, his intuition, spot on. Yeah, absolutely verbatim. And he says a pond, and we know that Gannon ended up in water, and at this point, Letitia could not have transported him that way yet. So again, I'm not sure where she took, poor Gannon. Yeah, dads know. They know, right? I mean, that's the thing. That's why I say no matter how my analysis might be with Al, it's like it's undeniable his closeness, his bond, his fatherly instincts um, towards his children, towards Gannon. Um, and again, I just think that he has been beaten down by Letitia, who is a complete monster, and the psychological mind fuck involved is off the charts. So, um, you know, sad. But here we go. He's gonna say she's got a history.
So tell me about that history.
When she was a juvenile, most of it, when she was a juvenile, she got into that fight. I think at the felony level, to put somebody in the hospital.
Okay.
I don't think any law violations since then. I mean, she's a teacher, so she's got to be cleared to some level.
What's her temper like?
I mean, she doesn't. She's never like. Well, one time she hit me a long time ago. Okay, I just stood there and took it. I'm not that guy, but I just stood there and took it, and then I don't know why I stayed at that point, but I did. Absolutely 100% manipulative across the board. And I shield my children from it as much as I can. And she tries to do it to me and did it to me for a long time until I actually going to Alaska was the best thing that ever happened because it got me enough separation because she didn't come. Got me enough separation to realize, hey, she got me. For a time period, she got me, to be honest. And she manipulates every situation she's been in. When I met her, she had quit a job because of a sexual harassment lawsuit on somebody in Myrtle Beach, where we're from, South Carolina. Got a new job. We got married. Quit the job for no reason, just because I don't like it anymore. Found a job in the next county over. Quit that. Walked out in 2 weeks, claiming the principal or the school superintendent used racial slurs against her, all proven false. No, I mean, not even given not without a shadow of a doubt, proven false. From there, I mean, had in that time period had like 8 jobs in like 2 years or something like that. Then I went to Alaska, and she didn't work. Used the property in South Carolina as her little personal Airbnb for herself, that we owned. Used me because I was making good money in Alaska or whatever. Then the sexual harassment thing. Now we're here. She gets a job at French. Quits that after the first semester, and I don't know if she's even working now. Supposedly she's working at Whitefield in the early college, but I don't know. So I mean, that's just the foundation of, I could paint a much broader picture for you of stuff, but like that. I mean, if you can't see that from that,
right.
And all that's documented. You could pull up right now where her South Carolina license got terminated because she left the job in Marion. So I'm not making this up. So.
Okay, so he's talking about, her history. She's in her history of instability, and then also when she was younger, she got into a fight that was pretty bad, right? He's then asking about her temper, and I believe that Al is still downplaying it, right? I think that Letitia's temper is off the charts. I think she throws fits all the time. I think it's par for the course. He does say that when he's showing the text messages. He's like, it's like that all the time. Also, when they're going to say, can we download the phone, or can we get some screenshots of certain things? And he's like, oh, yeah, sure. We could do that. But it's all the same shit. And it's all been going on for a long time. Exactly, Shauna, a narcissistic psychopath for sure, right? And all the while she's on the phone, right, with her daughter, like back and forth manipulating, and we'll see that kind of change up here. But again, poor Al's face and his body language now defeated, right? Just the way he's sitting there. Still wearing his ring. Obviously, he's still referring to the kids as both of theirs, his. It's sad to watch it. It's sad to watch it and watch him realize it. Absolutely, all that is unseen. KJ Max says, I'll bet many of the students she worked with saw through her and some of her coworkers, hence not able to hold a job. Yeah, absolutely. Well, and also it seems like she just doesn't have the patience for kids. And that's what I understand with the teaching thing. If you get your teacher's certificate and your licensing, why wouldn't you go for an older kids that are more independent learners at that point or whatever? It just seems like she doesn't have and especially in as it pertains to her Google searches and things like that, she does not have the patience for her stepchildren who she's supposed to love, right? She's supposed to be one of their main caregivers and love them. So right, exactly, Detroit. So everything was always everyone else's fault, psycho. Yeah, and projection is a huge thing, gaslighting. I agree, Seth. Demons have infiltrated the human race for sure. For sure. We thought it would be aliens. Look here.
Oh, I don't believe what you're talking about.
Yeah. So
Scrub Daddy won't scratch your pants, and it won't smell for up to 12
my
weeks after
gosh,
first
Scrub
use.
Daddy.
Now
Sorry,
this,
guys.
When our clients come and they're
Lord.
catastrophically injured, when they're overwhelmed financially.
I'm trying to think if there's anything else with Gannon that stands out. They totally her, and I think Harley's just more conditioned to be like this. But we got 2 little puppies that we just got, and they totally ignore the kids in favor of the puppies. And I know some of that's cute little puppy, but it's
right.
Like the kids even notice it. It's like, oh well, dogs are here, you might as well go watch TV. You know what I mean? That kind of thing.
Right.
And they just, bless their hearts, they just blow it off and just like, whatever, I'll go play my game.
Right.
So and this is very embarrassing because I don't believe in this. Some people think it's okay, but I work 1 month a day shift, 1 month a night shift. Kids get off the school bus at 3:15, or it was 3:30 for a while. They bumped it up, and she refuses to be home until she wants to be home. And you could ask the neighbors. I work in, being in the Army, I work 12-hour shifts in a top secret environment. I can't leave, unless
right.
I have a replacement. I do missile defense, so I cannot leave, the safety of our country. It's just what I do.
Right.
But I have a wife who's a teacher. On those, it's 2 days 1 week and 3 days the next, you can be home pretty relatively close to when the kids are home. I said from day one, I'm like, something bad's gonna happen. Something bad's gonna happen, Then on night shift, sometimes I go to work every night shift worried about my children, worried to death about my children, because she might come home. She might be there when I can leave, but she might get home at 7 or 7:30 or whenever she feels like it. So, and I'm not allowed to ask Harley to be not a babysitter, but your siblings. You're 17. That's I'm cool with that.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not allowed to ask her to do anything outside of what she wants to do. So, yeah. So like going to this training, it's freaking out, and then here we are. So, I don't know.
So tell me why you were freaking out.
Because I freak out every time I go to work, and I don't know if she's going to be there. A reasonable time 7 or 8 for her, but that's still 2 hours of, the kids I shouldn't never let it happen. I probably should have got a babysitter. 11 years old is, I guess on the fence with that. Daughter's 8, and that's what I tell her every time. I was like, Lena's 8. I get it. Gannon's 11. He can cook. He can make macaroni and cheese. He can do ramen noodles, but you're charging him with taking care of an 8-year-old. And whatever. If it's okay, if it's not, to me, I don't like it. So, like I said, I go to work every day worrying. So why I worried when I left? Because I'm going to be gone for 2 weeks. How the hell am I going to know who's there and who's not there? I can only go based on what she says, and you saw from what she sent me today. Trust.
Would you be okay with us downloading your phone?
My phone?
To get that stuff.
To get that?
Yep.
Yeah.
Or you can screenshot it.
Yeah, I can screenshot it. I can do all that. You just want from today?
Whatever you think is relevant.
When I say this, I'm not embellishing it at all. I got 5 years of the same stuff. I don't know how much I keep. I don't really go and delete threads, but
Okay, so he's like, this has been the 5 years of the same old shit, shenanigans out of her, right? He's like, I've dealt with this forever with her. And so I think that that's very interesting. Again, and they're talking about downloading the phone now and getting some screenshots. So very interesting here as well.
Right. If you scroll back through there, or heaven forbid, listen to our conversations, it's the same stuff. So I'm more than glad to send you that. And if you need more, you get more. But honestly, if you put her, I'm not asking you to. I hope that it doesn't come to that. But if you put her daughter on the hot seat, she'll say, "I love my mom. I don't want to do anything without my mom." But it's freaking nuts, crazy. So she said she was going back home. The deputy, he was there. I talked to him on the Ring app. He said I don't know if he was going to leave or get in his car and call you guys. But Tisha said she was headed back home. So I don't know if, I'm sure Beth told you we were worried about my daughter.
Right.
Okay, so I don't know where that stands.
When was the last time you heard from her? What time was
Tisha?
it? Yeah.
I talked to her when I left here. She said she was on the way here. Okay. And then it was like, I told her I was pulling off. I tried to leave the conversation because I told her I need to just kind of step back before I get home, sort through it all, and then not let the girls see, as much. Let them see as little stress as possible. Because my little girl's obviously worried about her brother. But then she was like, she was on the way here, and then she wouldn't let me leave. Like I was putting her to the side or something, But she was on the way here, apparently, but not. We know now.
Right.
But I talked to her until I got to 132, the Fort Carson Mesa Ridge exit. Mm-hmm. That's what I take to go home over there. So then I went home, like I said, had some pizza. Actually, Channel 5 ended up being there. And they asked, I said, sure, I'll answer a few questions. And they're just like, how's the process going? I said, everybody's doing the job, the neighborhood's, just like I told you, everybody's doing great. Worried about his safety and well-being and all that stuff. And then I left right when they left. Like I said, I had a few bites of pizza before they got there, and that's when I was going. Like I said, I was going to Walmart, GameStop, because he's a gamer. I figured maybe, just maybe.
Sure.
But then I was riding, talking to one of my friends, and I was like, you know what? I had a hunch. I'm just gonna go give it a look, and then freaking heart fell out of my pants,
So between the neighbors telling you they didn't have footage of either the two on the right or the one on the left,
I'm fairly confident they both said that, so I don't want to misquote, but I'm pretty sure.
Between that and not finding the car, what did you think?
Okay, so this is where he's going to tell the red flag, right? Cheryl says, wow, throwdown time, right? Exactly. I think, honestly, I do think that Al is wanting to give as much information that he can based on that, but he also says that his heart fell out of his pants or that he just, his heart dropped, excuse me, when he realized that she's lying about big things, she's manipulating, she's playing games, she's acting a fool, and he's like, oh shit, and so then he's starting to realize, and he's being very candid about his reaction. Oh my goodness, these pads, you guys, my lord. I can't complain, keeps the channel going, but goodness, I'm sorry.
Honestly, I thought I would find the car and find Gannon in it, is what I had, my initial thought. And then when I didn't find the car, then I'm like, rental car for no reason at all. Car's not where you say it is. Then I called Bethel, found out you're lying. Thought you never came up here. And the whole time talking me into getting a lawyer when I'm the kind of, I'm like, I showed up from Oklahoma. I don't know what the hell's going on. I don't have any reason to get a lawyer. I'm not, you guys aren't trying to. I asked you the question. You straight up with me.
Yeah.
I mean, if I would have felt like I was in any kind of situation, I would have done that. I'm wise enough to do that, but I'm just here trying to find my son. And, for her to say that, she does that a lot, which I guess psychologists might call it projection or something, or, she does that a lot, where like put on me what she's internally thinking she needs,
Right.
That happens daily. And I've just put up with it. I'm just brushing the rug per se, but, yeah, so my thoughts were, he's somewhere now in that car or somewhere else, and she ditched the car or has, whatever. I mean, you play out however many scenarios you want to play. So all that's running through my head. So
earlier today when we met at Starbucks, your wife mentioned that they went hiking on Sunday. Is that a normal family thing?
Yeah, we started, I did some of that with the kids in Alaska. Obviously a lot shorter hiking season, but we've done quite a few hikes since we've been here.
Okay.
So that's normal.
And where do you normally go, or is there a normal place that you go?
We've gone to Garden of Gods a few times. We did the incline. You kind of mix it up. Nothing set. I don't know. I think they went to the Garden of Gods, if I'm not mistaken. I'm not sure. She posted on her Instagram. So.
And when you go to Garden of the Gods, do you normally take the same trails?
When I go, I navigate because I just have that skill set from the military.
Right.
When she goes, she doesn't. I don't know if she's really gone by herself, and if she does, she'd probably stay on a main trail.
Okay. Has she ever done this in the past where you weren't along, where she's taken kids out for a hike?
I don't think so. I don't think so. So just be straight with me. What are you trying to get to with that? Are you just? I mean,
I'm just asking questions.
Okay, because
we don't know where the car is.
Right.
If she went hiking there.
Well, the reason I say that, I felt leading up to like something happened then. My daughter saw him Monday when she got off the bus.
Right.
So that much is clear. Now, putting some of it all together, I'm also thinking the basalt thing might be her doing.
Okay.
I might be wrong about that. Because from what somebody said to me, basalts are kind of a couple years ago thing. I don't know. I'm not in that scene, but I mentioned it to one of my other buddies, and he was like, "No, it was my brother," and he was like, "Basalts? That's kind of like 8-10 years ago or something,
So you said that your daughter saw Gannon
Monday.
Yeah. Is that your 8-year-old?
My 8-year-old.
Okay. And that was once she got home from school, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Any idea? I'll ask it differently. What are the places that your wife, likes to go to kind of relieve stress, whatever? Or do you know?
I don't know.
Okay.
I'd be honest with you. I've like 1% level of trust.
Okay.
After, what I told you plus 10 times that much.
Well, obviously we would like to find the car.
Yes.
That's why I'm asking.
Well, they have the Volkswagen CarNet. Can you isn't, I think it's called Carnet, but that little OnStar type thing.
Is that activated in your?
I believe so. It's worth a shot, if not.
So it's like an OnStar.
This is my ex-wife. I need to answer this.
Yep.
Yeah, it's like that. Hello?
Where are you at?
I'm at the investigator's office answering some more questions.
Where's Tisha?
Is she not home? Hello?
You know, okay, all right, well, where are you headed there to?
Okay. Headed where?
Where's Lena?
Lena, I think, is with Tisha.
Somebody else needs to be there at your residence, in your house.
Landon, I know.
I'm asking you a question. Is Lena Stauch in that house with Tisha?
I don't think Tisha's at the house.
Well, somebody needs to find her.
Landon, listen, I was about to call you. I'm with the investigator. Okay. Lena, they are going to get Lena. I'll just be straight with you. I called the police and I said, go get my daughter.
I should have followed my thinking gut. I should have called you and I told Albert.
Landon, we're gonna get this to the bottom of this. We're gonna get this done and we're gonna work together, okay?
I'm just gonna let you know that my son, if he's found,
Should I tell her to come here?
and we are going to go to South Carolina. You can come with us.
Switch to Tasty Trade and earn up to $3,000 in commission rebates.
My son needs to be found.
Landon, I'm here right now and there's deputies out there and there's people in the community out there. Everybody's looking for him.
He has probably been dropped off somewhere. I'm telling you what happened. She probably planted this and she has dropped him off somewhere. My youngin's out there in the cold.
Landon, we're getting to the bottom of it. I'm not disagreeing with you on that. But I'm gonna send you an address. I want you to come up here to where I'm at with the investigator. Okay? It is downtown Colorado Springs. It's like maybe 20 minutes from my house. Okay, come up here. Okay? And
I'm on my way there.
okay.
On my way there.
All right, I'm texting you the address right now, and then
Who is getting Lena? Who is getting Lena?
they are actively searching for that child. I just literally have told them.
Actively searching for Lena too?
Yes, they are nothing's wrong with Lena. I left the house. Harley and Lena were there. They were fine. Tisha came home. I wouldn't answer her call, and when you get here, I'll explain to you everything. Okay? I'm not gonna hide it. I'm not gonna hide anything from you, Landon. These are our kids. But you need to get here. I'm gonna text you the address, and then we'll fix this together. Okay?
Okay.
All right. Thank you. See you in a few. Bye. Fucking shitstorm, man. What is it? 97.
27 East Vermaho.
27 East. What was it again?
Vermaho. BER.
BER.
MIJO.
Okay. And that's just Colorado Springs.
Yeah.
Okay.
So she said something in that call that made me take notice of.
Yeah.
That she said that, well, she probably set this up or dropped him off somewhere. Why would? Do they have issues together?
Well, okay, this is gonna make
besides.
So no. I mean, I'll tell you the whole story. This is gonna make me look kind of foolish. I was with Landon. I once again military, working hard, working too much. She went out and found it elsewhere. Okay, tried to work through it, couldn't make it happen, so we split up. At the same time, we were playing where she was getting it elsewhere from was on this co-ed softball team we were playing, blah, blah, blah. My current wife was on the same team as well. So after me and Lena split up, Tisha knew what was going on and then jumped in and was like, oh, I miss Grace. And I fell for it. I mean, once again, I told you that I fell for it. She got me. And there's been times when they have worked together to try to get me. And then there's been times when they've been at each other's throats constantly. Now at this current time, Tisha has blocked her from her life, or whatever. But I don't know where Landon's coming up with this. Maybe she's right. Maybe her motherly intuition. I'm not gonna judge her on that.
Okay.
But I mean, I don't know. But there's a little history there. So
I'm going to ask you a question, and
Yeah.
don't read into it. I'm just asking the question. So with what you are aware of right now, what are your thoughts on what happened?
if I'm putting it all together,
Yeah.
not reading it to her, none of the story makes sense. I told you that. How is there absolutely no information? He's vanished from every camera. I mean, what else? What other option is there? I mean, so he gets supposedly gets sent out to play. Maybe not. I don't know. Lena then subsequently gets sent on a bike ride. At any point in that, Lena goes on a bike ride. She could have scooped Gannon up, and I mean, I'm trying to piece it all together. Like I said, I'm not trying to think too much into it, but I mean, it's starting to add up. The car's not where she said it was. Why do we need a rental car? I mean, we're not driving 800 miles.
Right.
I'm probably gonna drive my truck most of the time, anyways, because he's more comfortable. He'd be more comfortable if I found him in my truck.
Sure.
So, I hate to have to say it. I should have said it earlier, but now that I have a few more pieces of the pie, that's what my gut is telling me. Okay. So, the why, I don't know. Maybe because she's constantly wanting to be number one. And if you believe in the Bible, there's the theory there, but she doesn't want to be most important. She wants to be like 90% of everything, and that's just not right. You know what I mean?
Right.
It's not healthy for anybody. And then so if I give Gannon or Lena attention, then it takes away from her. So then it's always like you're doing more for Gannon than Lena. Or the next week you need to pay attention to Gannon, you're doing more for Lena, or whatever. It's just constant ridiculousness. So yeah.
All right, I'm going to take a quick break. Do you still have my card with you?
Yes.
Okay, my email should be on that. If you can screenshot those,
okay,
and send those to my email,
yeah,
that'd be great. While I'm on a break here, real quick, and I'll be right back. Do you need anything, water?
Yeah, I'll take a water. Okay.
Just stress sweating through my third set of scrubs. Totally normal, very healthy. I'm sure it's not a sign of emotional unraveling.
You need new Secret Clinical Antiperspirant, STAT. Secret gives 3 times more stress sweat protection.
Thanks. Got a bunch.
Secret, stay fresher under pressure.
Okay, it's just a laxative.
Relax. It's Miralax. It works with the water in your body for gentle relief.
Okay, guys, and the detective left the room to get the phone transferred over. So we're seeing these timestamps. So 7:59, 8:01, and 8:04 p.m. It appears that Harley is calling Letitia, and she is not answering Harley. Right? Letitia is very much unavailable, and she is not nurturing, in my opinion. And Sam, I do think that Al genuinely loved Letitia. I think that he really wanted to make it work with her, but he couldn't. And I agree, Shauna, super needy, right? Just like, oh my gosh, and up his butt. And the way that Landon came out swinging, right? She's like, look, where is Lena? Why did you even leave her at the house? Why is she not with you? But then again, he probably thought it might be safer. At this point, I think that he also trusts Harley and doesn't obviously understand her role in all of this either. But yeah, the way that she comes out is she's just like, any mama, right? Any mama would be. And, again, poor Al is just freaking out, right? Now he's starting to panic. Again, you can see him, just getting more and more apprehensive, just again, I think every time he tries to text or get a hold of her and he can't, it just solidifies what he's thinking.
It's not very cold.
No, it's fine. Any progress on the child?
No, we're gonna try something here if you're willing to do it.
Uh-huh.
Okay, it's called a pretext phone call. And what I'd like you to do is try calling your wife.
Okay.
Find out where they're at. Obviously, we're concerned about everybody, especially Lena and Harley. Find out where they're at, what's going on, what isn't she telling you, okay? And basically how we do that is I'll have you call her and put it on speaker, and it'll be recorded in here, okay? And we have detectives watching right now. So as we're going through that, they can take the information gained from it and actively work it.
Okay, so basically, ask the question, what are you not telling me?
Well, I'd start off as, where are you at?
Yeah, right. Should I say anything about, I need to know where Lena is because Landon's freaking out? I mean, because she has a right, it is her child, or what?
The best thing you can do is be yourself.
Okay. Okay, yeah.
Don't threaten her. Okay. Don't promise her anything. Don't do anything like that. Okay. Be yourself.
Okay.
And try and find out where she's at, what she's not telling.
All right, so now we see the beginnings of detectives coaching Al on how to handle the situation, right? In order to get more information out of Letitia. And I agree, Gru, you're spot on there. I suspect Harley would have been a victim to her mother's gaslighting and manipulation as well as Al, in my opinion. I agree 100%. It's definitely a big part of that. And, they're both at the mercy of, this crazy lady because nobody knows she's so unpredictable, what she's going to do. Again, they're very used to like seeking out her approval, walking on eggshells, the whole 9 yards. And I know, Shauna, and that's why I have to remind myself too of, my own experiences not taking over, the analytical side because I can feel like the triggering. I'm like, oh boy, here we go. Cause this is like, very reminiscent. And then also just in Sebastian's case, we see that, dynamic with the parents, but I think it's important to kind of point out all of the dynamics in order to see the patterns in true crime, right? And the way that things work throughout the cases. Even Sam's saying this is a lot like Harmony's case, and it really is. We're dealing with diabolical folks here. It's not, Letitia looks like, oh, I'm just so sweet and innocent, right? My beautiful daughter, and everything you think she's, would be lucky to have a nice house, a hardworking guy, he just wants to work and come home. I see that in Al. I see him being, just a guy that wants to work, probably wants to barbecue on the weekends, you know what I mean? Relax when he can, spend time with the family, when he can, but works and just does the, what needs to be done. And then you have Letitia over here who's plotting, planning, and, scheming for her everything. Because we're going to hear more about the relationship and how she's done so much to really wreck herself, and their life together, which is always odd. Um, but and I agree, Detroit. This is how it should have been handled. This is day 2. And I put out like, all of the information from start to finish. We started at Letitia making the phone calls. We got her on the body worn camera at the house. We have her on audio at Starbucks. We have all of the interviews with Al, and then we're about to see more interviews with Landon and Letitia as well. So I mean, they really when you talk about covering all their bases, yeah, this is how it should have been handled, and it was not, in my opinion. Not when it comes to questioning the people who are responsible or who were responsible for the child.
About this whole situation. Okay.
Your call has been forwarded to an automatic.
What happens?
Does she normally do that?
Yeah.
Shut her phone off?
All the time. I'll block me for a minute and block me.
Does Harley have a phone?
Yeah, I'll check our Harley next. Yeah, I gave Bethel Harley's phone.
Your call has been forwarded.
So then she'll take Harley's phone. She'll it in these situations because she'll do that. Then I know Harley will have, you know what I mean. So,
Right.
But I'll give it a shot.
Yeah, try Harley's number and see if she'll talk to you through Harley's phone.
Your call has been forwarded.
Come on, you try to text Harley.
Your call has been.
So another phone's on. I said, call me ASAP. It's delivered. So,
okay.
I mean, this is the game I play nonstop.
Your call is.
So my ex is gonna be a basket case when she gets here. Just to give you a heads up. She's working on some things in her life anyways, but she's freaking. You heard her. She's freaking out. So, rightly so in this situation. So,
Right.
So. There are guns in the house. Just consideration for you guys.
Okay. Where are they located?
I brought my 9mm with me. It's not the clip's in it, but it's not loaded. One in the chamber specific.
Okay, guys, and again, this is going to be important right here because they did have firearms in the home, and also Letitia has her own, and so he's going over that. So I'm just going to back up just a tad for that.
You guys.
Okay. Where are they located?
I brought my 9mm with me. It's not the clip's in it, but it's not loaded. One in the chamber specifically just in case for this. She has a 9mm. I have a AR type. I think it's 5.56 rounds, and then I have a 20 gauge shotgun disassembled. Behind my bed. That's my son's pump shotgun. But it's disassembled, and I don't even know if she could put it together. Okay. She has a 12 gauge pump as well. So, where all the, I mean, I don't know. She does. I don't think she knows how to use the AR. She doesn't know how to use the pump, and her 9mm, of course. So,
if her 9mm is at home, where would it be?
So she hides shit all the time. Excuse my language, but
okay.
If you're looking at the master, you go to the master bedroom, look at our bed. My side's this side. She usually keeps it in her little, called a nightstand, immediately to the left of the bed. I wouldn't doubt if she has it on her. or with her, somewhere. But that's usually where she keeps it. The 12 gauge pump and the AR are in her closet somewhere. That's where she told me they were. And like I said, the 20 gauge is behind the bed on my side.
Okay.
But that's in a case and this is something. So okay. I have an ammo can also under my side.
So if obviously she's not answering, does she have friends, family in the area?
Not
anything
family.
like
She's
that?
got some friends from when she did teach at French.
Okay.
Do
you know names?
Yeah. I don't know. I don't check her phone lines, but she says she does.
Okay.
In fact, one of them, I don't remember, I think it might have been Christine, but one of them she said is the one who brought her from French to the airport, which now we know is, untrue on the surface.
Okay.
Yeah, what she's doing now is she feels like something's up, and she's hiding. This is how this one.
Okay, so she is not on the road to Florida yet. So at this point, so this is January 28th, right? The day after Gannon was reported missing. The following the following night. And so she's going to come in and be interviewed on the 29th, and so is Landon, because by that time Landon gets to town, and they're going to interview the two of them. But she's just kind of basically hiding out because I see Sam and also Shauna. Yeah, I mean it's wild because she's just completely avoiding coming down to the station to talk and being questioned.
I can check. I forgot about this. I can check the alarm to see if there's been any movement when the last movement was. See if they are home. All right, it says the alarm is disarmed. Motion in the living room. Let's go activity. Back door closed 8:14. Back door open 8:14. So they're letting the dogs out. Living room motion. So yeah, so somebody's home. Since 8 o'clock, 8:01, 8:08. Living room motion 7:57. So it looks.
Okay, guys, so they had such good security that they had, the ADT, I believe, is the brand that they use, but they had capabilities of seeing when people were going in and out of the doors, all of that. You know, Letitia's crazy as hell, because there's no way with all of that you're gonna get away with it, and the neighbors also having that. It's a really nice neighborhood, Lorson Ranch. They had a really nice big house, and Shauna, we have all of them. Like, there's so many creators that did such a good job of covering this, plus all the trial coverage. It's just wild how much they got done. And even the Starbucks interview. So I forgot. So on the morning of January 28th, 2020, they interviewed Al and Letitia at Starbucks. There were two detectives, Riley, who's with him now, and then also Detective Bethel. So she joined, right? And they met up and, whatever, did coffee, and spoke. And then they followed up on all the leads and then had Al come in with the toothbrush, right? And said, hey, we need you guys to come down here and bring Gannon's toothbrush. And so this is when they do this, uh, she doesn't show up, and then he leaves. They question him, he leaves, and then he decides to come back on his own accord. And this is, the second interview here. But it's just amazing how much they got done in the first 24 hours of Gannon being reported missing. If we had even a little bit of this, strategy implemented, or just covering all their bases, looking at it from every angle, I don't think we would still be sitting here in Sebastian Rogers' case. We would be sitting in a different position where, we would found Sebastian, in my opinion. I know. Detroit, it's like poor Lena, right? And then he had the foresight to actually go, and I don't know why he didn't go swing by and pick her up. Maybe part of it was because he wanted to get to the police station as soon as possible. He didn't want Letitia to leave. He wanted to make sure that he could, again, because he did several times cover for her when he was at the police station the first time, right? And then now he's seeing like, oh, she's not answering the calls, she's lying, she's trying to gaslight me, she's manipulating me. All of this is just crashing down, and again, with we're gonna see like the details of everything that happened in the house. He's watching it, or sharing it from his phone in real time.
It's like somebody left at 7. Could have been me, because I was already gone. And then they got back at 7:57, so they've been home. Somebody's been home about 20 minutes. Okay.
So even though they're home, she will still take whatever phone, Harley's phone.
Yeah. So this is how it goes. She'll tell Harley something, or Harley will hear something going on, or whatever, and Harley will want to stay out of it usually. So sometimes she won't answer, or Tisha might take her phone. She'll cut hers off and then leave Harley's on, so it looks like Harley's ignoring me, but she really has Harley's phone. So any combination of those things.
Okay.
Is generally how it goes.
I want to give it a few more minutes just to see if you hear back.
You want me to text her? Should they call me, or I texted Harley, but you want me?
Absolutely.
Okay.
You can try.
See if it delivers. Yeah, she must really have it off, or on airplane mode or something. But if she's on Wi-Fi, she'll still go through. She probably turned it off. So.
Okay. And really quick, I just want to say, here's Letitia saying, call me, right, to Albert. And she says boyfriend in there, right? That's what he was in there as. And then call me ASAP, right? So we see those text messages there.
So when you were here earlier and we were talking, I know your wife was upset. I could hear her on the phone.
Mm-hmm.
Why do you think she was upset?
She might have had a thought that it would all start making sense. She tries to control that kind of stuff out of me. That's where we had a lot of contention, especially over the past year, where it's been like, no longer am I like only here on this earth to please you. I'm, I believe in doing the right thing. Mm-hmm. It's not that I'm countering you. The right thing is the right thing,
Right.
And she knows in these kind of situations, I'm not going to risk, because I have a 16-year military career, top secret clearance. I'm not going to risk those things to cover up stuff.
Right.
And so that's why, and she had no intentions of coming here. I should have saw that. I mean, through the way she was talking in the text. I went back a little farther up in what I sent you, so you could see where it's like they're trying to, whatever, they're trying to set you up, or you need to get a lawyer, or why are they asking you the same questions again? Why are they recording you? All that kind of stuff. And then on the way home, I'm like, I don't care if they record. Just like I told you.
Right.
So that's irrelevant. You got 10 people in here and record it all. I don't care. But yeah, so she must have, and it's unlike her to go back and get Lena and Harley like that too. So
tell me why.
Because it's usually in situations like this, usually she's going to go on her and
Just her?
Yeah, she'll go out and like you said, she has her places wherever she goes or whatever she does, but she'll go out and calm down or relax or whatever it may be. She has real bad anxiety problems, she says, and that's kind of the way she generally does it. Harley kind of in her mind, still a daughter, but she's very independent in Tisha's mind. Which she is. She's a good girl, but she pushes her out like that. Not pushes her out, but you know what I mean.
Mm-hmm.
Demands a lot of independency from her, which whatever, that's her technique. I'm not going to judge that, but God knows what she's saying to Elena. Elena's. I'm worried about Elena, mentally and emotionally right now as much as anything. I say she won't hurt her, but we're making assumptions that what she did again. So.
Yeah, I would definitely not let Letitia be around the children, at this point. No, I mean, I'm just saying I would absolutely feel a certain type of way, and I wouldn't mean to, and I would apologize later if I was wrong, of course. But in this case, I would not trust somebody who just lost a whole child, I mean, that's very difficult to do, especially from your own home, right? And again, there was no indication that Gannon had left by himself. And Bo, I think she puts him into the car. I didn't want to misquote it, but because Bo's saying, so wait, does she still have Gannon at this point? I think she did do something with Gannon and put him in the vehicle and was switching him around and things like that. Because she's about to take out as well after the interview, but I think she had to have, hid him somewhere. Um, Yeah, well, and that's it. Shauna says when you're in a marriage with a narcissist, it's one of the hardest to leave, and they make you believe you don't hear or see what they're doing, right? And that's the gaslighting, 100%. Yeah, they light that gas on you, gaslit. Yeah, exactly. And you just don't even know which way is up, right? And then you're second guessing yourself, even though you know. Right, and that's the hardest thing, that it's that psychological warfare. I mean, it really does a number. It really, really does. And I think he is broken. Yeah, and I think that even just like the look on his face, when we talk about like the worry lines and stuff, we don't even have to have a close up. I mean, we can see the top of his head better than his face, but just look at I mean, just sunken, defeated, he's just very broken. And again, just seeing him go through all of that range of emotion, any of us that are being analyzed during that is going to be, you know, there's going to be points where we're not going to be in our finest, right? So yeah, it's so sad. And thank you all that is unseen for gifting a Lady Freedom's Raw Narratives membership. Thank you so much. And if you got a membership, welcome to the Dragon Tribe. And also make sure you say thank you to all that is unseen. Um, I believe she over medicated and also, put him through all kinds of hell, Detroit, because he was um I'll just say he was punctured many, many, many times, and according to the, luminol testing that was done, in the home, or Blue Star, was specifically used, it indicated blood spatter everywhere, all over, on the far side, of Gannon's room where the other bed was located, because there was 2 beds on either wall, and then in the middle was the, little, like, dresser or bedside table that was underneath the window. And, we also know that Gannon was burned, and that he was bleeding. Um I think she just really ran this little boy down and did God only knows what to him. But, because of the autopsy, we know that he was also shot 3 times. And it was said that the wound that took his life was the one that the bullet that went in his jaw. Um, and they did have fragments that were found when they found Gannon. So, um, yeah, I agree, Shauna. I think it's really hitting him. Yeah, exactly. He deals with a ton of regret and he shouldn't. It's a shame and he needs to find peace, not his fault. Yeah, I mean, it isn't. And, those are the things we can't foresee that. Seth put it really well, though, saying you just don't see it coming, until it gets you. Um, yeah, and then being in the military and, wow. Oh, welcome to the Dragon Tribe, Rhonda. Thank you, Bo. I can never see them on my end. Yeah. Aw, that's so sweet. Aw, thank you, all those unseen. That is so awesome, though. Thank you, thank you. And hey, Holly. Let's see. I must have missed Holly's comment. Okay, I think I must have missed you there, Holly, but good to see you. But yeah, so I mean, it is. It's very sad. It is very sad. And again, Al's starting to realize that he's going to have to be more strategic with her and meet her head on, right? And that's a hard thing to do, right? It really is, because there's a very dominant personality that we're dealing with, a very diabolical and malevolent type of a person in Letitia, in my opinion.
So based off of the alarm settings and the motion,
Somebody's home.
somebody's there.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, I can look again, but you feel free to look at it if you want to confirm. But it shows activity. I mean, it's pretty clear. Set to motion means somebody walked around or is currently walking around. Set to no motion means might have went downstairs and nobody was walking around in that area of the house. There's however many sensors. We don't have cameras on the inside, but then back door, close, open, close, open.
So the last one was at 8:16?
8:16, which just means they could have been walking around, now they're sitting on the couch.
Okay.
Because it would have said front door or something like that. Yeah, front door closed, front door open. If they would have went out the front door.
Okay.
The only caveat of that is, if you go out the garage, there's no sensor. If you leave the living room, there's no sensor.
Okay.
So that brings up the good point too. She faked break-ins. I forgot about that. She faked 2 break-ins right when I got here. Like she staged it or did it.
Tell me about that.
The first one.
Okay, really quick, I want to say, Cinderella, I wonder where the girls were when she was doing all this to Gannon. So I don't know where Harley was per se. I think she might have been at work, but I do know Lena was at school for most of the day. But she did also send the girls out for cleaning supplies that day. So I know it's awful. And, just even, again, going over the crime scene, there was areas where the Blue Star hit in many areas, the garage being one. And we're going to talk about that because that's part of her story. See, when we start going over Letitia, because she knows what happened, she knows damn well what she did. Poor Gannon. And Jenny, I'm with you. It's absolutely wretched. And so she starts leaking information out, like talking about the board, right? And this board was found, and we're going to go over the location where it was found too, because I do believe that she moved Gannon around before obviously bringing him to Florida, but I don't want to give that exact pattern because I'm not exactly sure on it either. But again, she was absolutely making moves, right? And in my opinion, making sure that they weren't going to find Gannon, but she was also leaking out information. And this board, supposedly Gannon hurt his foot on it and was bleeding in the garage. But as they go through the garage and into their like utility room where their washer and dryer is and laundry room is, there's also different places where there's hits and droplets, right? No bigger than a quarter size is what they were determined to be. Um, but also on Letitia's shoes, all the bottoms of her shoes were just stained with blood, even though she washed them, right? And you could see that she washed them, but the soles, the white soles, were just stained, and they were kind of like a foamier kind of absorb it more. But you could see that on the bottom, tested positive for Gannon's blood. Absolutely wretched. So then you go through their laundry room, and then you walk down a hallway because Gannon's room was in the basement, and then there was also blood droplets that were also indicated. So I think that was from him coming back in through the garage, and he was absolutely bleeding. When they get to the basement, that's where the majority of the blood is. So all the way going down the stairs, there's all types of indication from Blue Star that there are, there's been blood and major, and they're cutting the carpet. They cut the carpet in many spots to see if there's saturation. And then they make their way down to Gannon's room. There's also a large storage room, like a big utility type room, again, like a storage, where there's all kinds of boxes and the water heater and all kinds of stuff down there. But there was a strong indication in there also when the luminol or Blue Star was used. So just to give you guys an idea of that. Absolutely horrific. So I do believe. Oh, and let's not forget that in the main front room or family room, great room in the basement was where the candle incident happened. So, I do not know how much of this was played off to the girls who were upstairs, and Gannon was in the basement with Letitia. If she was saying she was helping him and that he was having stomach issues and maybe he was, wailing in pain and they thought it was something, that it wasn't. Um, but it all will piece together. And then also there was a 22-day trial that covered, this first trial. Just I know Detroit, it's horrific. Um, yeah, and I do believe that it's a strong possibility that a lot of this happened when the girls were there, and then maybe even when she sent them out to get cleaning supplies, she finished. Um, Gannon also had a fractured skull, guys. I mean, just a fucking monster.
We had gone out. I'm trying to think where the kids were. I got here in February. They may have been at their mom's for spring break. For some reason, they weren't around. I don't remember the dates. I'd have to dig back and find the dates, but it was very soon after I got here. And we had gone somewhere, come back, and I don't want to mix them up. Somehow, somebody was perceived to be in the house. And then my son, his room is in the basement. There's one of, I forget they're called storm drains or whatever, the ladder or whatever. And his window was open and all the stuff was like, actually, no, my daughter was in that room at that point, and then we switched them because of that. The window was open and looked like somebody had left out of there. But nothing was gone. In that instance, somebody had gone into our room, not taking a thing, but rummaged through some stuff, like took my ammo can, dumped it out, pushed the mattress, like looked like they were looking for something, knocked over the clothes hamper. And yeah, on the surface, when you get home, it was like, oh man, somebody broke in, and you see the window open, that's how they got out, that kind of thing.
Right.
But then none of it, nothing was gone. Nothing was really disturbed. Like they didn't go through drawers or anything. I've been robbed before back in South Carolina, so I got an idea.
Right.
You know more about it than me, I'm sure, but certain trends, like kids drawers are gonna be open, stuff's gonna be thrown out looking for valuable stuff or whatever.
Right.
No electronics, nothing was touched. So we did the right thing, called the El Paso County. They came out, did their thing, and they were all like, but they then at that point there was a brand new house. We were first owners, and there was no sod in the backyard, so they looked for footprints, didn't find any. Then there was another one shortly after that. I was at work, and I work 12 hours, like I told you. So on my night shifts, I get home like 5:30 in the morning, or 6. Well, I get off at 5:30, so I get home like 6:15 in the morning. And on my way home, she texted me, like, I hear noises, outside. And then I come home, and there's the little crawl space attic in the garage. There was something thrown up in there, like somebody was trying to climb, but it was a ridiculous effort. So I'm like, no criminal's gonna. It's like a hammer with a string tied to it. I mean, come on. And it was my hammer, so it was like absolutely ridiculous. And then same kind of thing. One of the windows downstairs was cracked or something like that, opened, and the screen was pushed out from the inside. But police called again, and we sat there and went over it, like, what in the world? Now this time, because we said there was no footprints last time, now there's some footprints that matched the pair of shoes. Really, really close, if not exact. And so I got to thinking about it, and I pulled up the alarm log. That's what made me think about this, and showed the deputy or whatever. And I'm like, he was looking at me like, what do you think happened here? I'm like, don't ask me that, dude. But I after looking at that, I'm like, there was no front door, back door, anything. It was living room motion, which could have been anything but living room motion. Somebody went downstairs, simulating the window. Somebody came back upstairs, and then just walked around upstairs for a little while, and that was it. So, see, I mean,
right.
Somebody was inside. They didn't, and this is where she tried to play it off. She played it off like she lost her garage, like somebody went into her car, got the garage door opener, and then magically one day the garage door opener was dropped on the front porch, like in a little hidden spot, like somebody had come up and peacefully returned it. So
Okay, so yeah, this is a very bizarre event here. I agree, all that is unseen. I wonder if she was trying to see what she could get over on, or like I don't want to say like a dry run, but just kind of seeing, how things could play out. Because it's a very bizarre event. And that's right, Cinderella. The mother and the father have to live through this again, like they need more momster. Exactly. The sheer volume of evidence as well. I agree, all that is unseen, it's infuriating. Yeah, the judge really should never have done this, right? They should have just excused the juror. I know it's so tough, because again, it's such a horrific situation to have to ever worry about defending again, in my opinion.
Yeah, and she admitted later that she never fully admitted the first one. She never like answered me, but the second one, she's like, yeah, because I was scared and blah blah blah. So, yeah, that's that.
Let me take another quick break, and then when I come back, we'll try again. Okay. Take some breaths, drink some water. I'll be right back. Okay.
Okay, so I think this is an interesting choice of words by the detective. He's like, okay, I'm going to give you another break, as if he's been, strategically giving him breaks. But I think he has been. And then also says, we're going to try again. So he doesn't really think that
As the
Al
second
is
interview came to
still
a close,
being,
it was
sorry guys, I'll go over that again. I think he still thinks that Al isn't being 100% with him, and he wants him to be, right? And this is where we're going to leave off, because we'll be back tomorrow to discuss in the afternoon. But yeah, it's in my opinion, the detective is wanting more. Al is still holding back. Um, and it's again not because he has involvement, not because he's a bad person, not because he doesn't love Gannon. It's because he's truly at a loss, and I think he just doesn't even know what to think at this point. Um, yeah, yeah, I know. He's like, take a drink of your water, take some breaths. We're gonna come back and try this again, right? And so this will be even more interesting. And then of course we'll get into, Letitia, and we'll see Landon for the first time, and be able to kind of evaluate her and what she was going through at this time. So here we go. Oh, and one more thing I want to point out, when Al is doing that thing where he is, you know, putting his hands on top of his head, he's absolutely trying to calm himself down. In my opinion, he's self-soothing in that moment.
As this second interview came to a close, it was clear that Al's perspective had shifted. He walked into the sheriff's office because he noticed cracks in Letitia's story. And by the end, those cracks had become gaping holes. He told investigators that she had asked for a lawyer, lied about who she'd spoken to, and even about where her car was parked. Al's emotions broke through as he admitted a haunting thought that Gannon could be in the trunk of Letitia's car somewhere. He described a long history of lies, manipulation, and theft, confessions that he didn't even know if she truly had a job. He suspected it was her behind the bizarre bath salt text. In the middle of this emotional interview, Landon called in. She pleaded with Al, terrified that their daughter Lena might be left alone with Letitia. Her voice rose in anguish as she cried out, "My son needs to be found." Al then revealed how Letitia had manipulated him for years, fabricating a harassment story to convince him to move, stealing $8,000 from him, even staging a fake break-in so poorly that not even he believed it. By this point, the veil was lifted. The woman he trusted with his children was looking less like a grieving stepmother and more like the prime suspect in Gannon's disappearance. And this is only the beginning. I've already put in a request for Al's follow-up interview after this one. But while we wait for that to be released, we're going to keep following Letitia's every move. In the next episode, you'll see her continue to manipulate everyone around her, including the detectives, who are quickly closing in, all while Al is desperately trying to find his son.
Okay, and really quick, guys, I do want to just back that up a little bit and note that here is Gannon's mother, right, Landon, calling Letitia at 9:15 p.m. with no answer from her. Despicable behavior, in my opinion.
Who are quickly closing in, all while Al is desperately trying to find his son.
Okay, so Al finally gets real with himself and investigators. His second solo interview, right, where he came in and asked for help. So, in my opinion, guys, I think that if we had seen the same type of energy, the same type of strategy in Sebastian's case, we would never be sitting where we are today, right? So now going back and piecing together a timeline of events or some way of figuring out what may have happened to Sebastian, there's a lot of holes, right, in that information because, in my opinion, they didn't bother to investigate properly or cover all of their bases, look at the case from every angle. So, in my opinion, that leaves us with trying to figure out places to search. And look, I can't say 100% that Sebastian Rogers made it home, because we would need proof of that, right? Some people might say, well, the trash being taken out because Katie says that that's Sebastian's shore and he took the trash out at 7 o'clock. That video has not been confirmed, and many people say that you can't tell who it is taking out the trash. With that being said, I also think that the activity in the neighborhood around 3 a.m. that was caught on cameras from the neighborhood is a huge smoking gun in the case. Um, there's a lot of roadblocks when it comes to that, but here's my biggest thing is that Sebastian Rogers, in my opinion, whether he made it home or not, we still need to figure out what happened next with him. We still need to figure out where he is. So, I have been gathering information today, um, in terms of something interesting, but I haven't finished the video on it. So we should be able to get that dropped fairly quickly. But there's still a little bit of a missing piece to it. Um, and that's why I'm a little bit hesitant to drop it, until maybe I can figure out that last little piece. Um, but there could be a lot more to it. So there's a couple of unknowns, but I'm still working on it. So again, because it seems that the ball was dropped, in my opinion, and only one theory was being checked out or looked into. Um, I think that was a major mistake, right? That was a lost opportunity. Um, but again, I do want to show you guys what I've been working on and see if maybe some of you can give me your thoughts, um, on it. So it's so unfortunate that we've missed so much key information. And I'm not saying that just because we don't know about it, it doesn't exist or it wasn't collected. But as we're seeing here, this case did take some time, but they eventually were able to bring it to the courts and bring Gannon home and to justice, right? But we don't see that in Sebastian's case. We're 2 years in, and there's been no type of closure or finding Sebastian. Another very strong theory, I think, if there was some sort of a handoff, and again, I know that At Night Media put out, um, some more information and also, a call for information. Um, but again, it just goes back to the shoddy investigation, or lack of an investigation or following protocol, in Sebastian Rogers' case. So we're really stuck to try to piece together, um, just any type of solid leads to follow, right? Because I'll just say, in my opinion, when I look at the detectives or the sheriff in Sebastian Rogers' case, the sheriff's department, I don't see them coming with the same energy. They never have, right? It was always play with kid gloves with Chris and Katie. In my opinion, they didn't check everyone that they needed to around Sebastian. And so I think that was another major misstep. Um, So now we have to try to figure it out. We have to try to figure out where they could have taken Sebastian, because even at the end of the day, even if we find out how he left the house, we need to figure out where he is. Um, so Groot says, Lady Freedom, if you ever need or think you would benefit from getting autistic perspective on anything, I'm happy to help in that way. I know you haven't known me long, so I'll leave it in your court. Of course, Groot. Yeah, you're more than welcome. I mean, you know, I would love to do like an open panel night too. So yeah, just hit me up in the Discord, because I know that you're in Discord. So yeah, just shoot me a message in there and I would love to hear it. Look, I think everybody's perspective, and anyone who really wants to try to figure out what happened to Sebastian, I'm all ears, because there's so many times where I'm racking my brain. And again, when you have the fresh set of eyes and ears on something, or even that's why I like to cover these other cases and do comparisons like I did tonight, because I think that it really generates new ideas and ways of thinking. And also, if we're thinking about and getting into the minds of the criminals, because we see, in my opinion, and I know that Chris and Katie have never been criminally charged, but if we're looking at the way that they've made statements, their behaviors, the way that they've acted, I think it is huge, huge that we are seeing this shift in Al's behavior. Because if we were to have a shift in either Chris or Katie's behavior like this, it would make me think that someone doesn't have involvement. But the fact that they've stayed together thick as thieves tells me that that's exactly what they are. They are in cahoots. They're two peas in a pod, and they absolutely, unequivocally, in my opinion, have everything to do with Sebastian's disappearance and know exactly where he is and what happened to him. I don't think they were the only two involved. I don't think they're the only two with guilty knowledge, because logistically, for this to have been pulled off in the fashion that it was, Chris and Katie could not have done this alone. Now, with that being said, that's going to take us theorizing. That's going to take us understanding more about what happened here. And again, I think that Sumner County Sheriff's Office is waiting for someone else to find Sebastian, because they're certainly not searching. They're certainly not looking, in my opinion. And it's very sad, because if there was zero involvement from one of them, someone would have turned over information. Um, yeah, Groot, that would be fantastic. Oh, and thank you, Detroit. Yeah, definitely. I mean, here's the thing, we have to think outside of the box. We really do. And it takes all of us putting our heads together. Um, it really does. And Detroit, I can't believe how they dropped the ball. You know? I mean, just totally dropped the ball. All right, guys. And there's Gannon. Again, you know, they did a stellar job of gathering information. Um, again, I know that in this situation, there's some differences, but there's so many similarities. And again, once I start getting a lot of this out and pushed out, we're going to start doing some shows with some direct comparisons from Chris and Katie's statements to Letitia in her statements. We're also going to deep dive into Al and some of his statements and the way that he was handling things that, Chris or Katie is not. And so definitely, bear with me on getting this information out. But as soon as we can and people are aware of the story more, I want to be able to do those direct comparisons and show you guys exactly what I'm talking about. And again, it just gets us thinking about how these criminals think they're going to pull this off. Let me tell you this. One thing I know 100% sure that I can say, this is a fact, Jack and Jackie, right? Jack and Jackie. These are facts, Jacks, right? That kids do not just disappear. Gannon Stauch didn't just go poof, and he didn't run away either. Neither did Sebastian Rogers. And the sooner that we can get our minds wrapped around that concept, the better. Because this I don't know if we blame it on the English language because we don't have another word for it or what, but there's no disappearing. There is no disappearing. This child did not disappear. As a matter of fact, this monster had a very hard time making him disappear, even with everything he did, that she did to his poor little body. And I'm going to tell you what, it's not something that people can ever pull off, right? Because we remain. We don't vanish. We don't go poof. There's no aliens. There's no bullshit, right? Especially when a child goes missing from a house with a caregiver is right there. I'm sorry, but that screams foul play to me. And don't tell me for 1 minute that this isn't a criminal investigation, because it's on the Sumner County website. I've done videos about it. I've showed you guys proof of it. It is absolutely a criminal case. It's a criminal case. When we were there for the gathering, they said, we're looking for one last clue. In my opinion, you're waiting for someone else to find Sebastian because you're not doing it. So again, Gannon did not go missing. He didn't go poof. He didn't disappear. Neither did Sebastian Rogers. And I refuse to ever concede that and say, oh yeah, oh, he just disappeared. He just went poof. He's a ninja. No, that's what they want us to think. They don't want us to speculate. They don't want us to talk about it. Well, too damn bad. Because it's never going to quit until there is some solution and Sebastian is brought home. So again, I say it all the time. You go ahead and you carry that burden, and you have to do everything perfectly every single day. All we have to do is be perfect one time, and we gotcha. What is it? What is it, Chris? Dead to rights? Yeah, I think that's what you said. All right, and that is for Gannon, because he loves Sonic. All right, so guys, I want to hop off here, so I could work on some more for you guys. And I don't know what they're waiting for, Detroit. I don't know what they're waiting for, except for finding Sebastian, right? But they're not actively searching or looking, in my opinion. Now, somebody in the chat earlier said that there was something big coming up. I think it was All That Is Unseen or something that Jennifer Kaufman Dapper said. I did not see it. But TikTok, it's only a matter of time, guys. They want us to think that we are defeated. That's what they want us to think. But in my opinion, I think that Sebastian's army is stronger than ever. I think we can be focused on what we need to be focused on. And I think that we can continue on to try to figure out where he is, especially if the police aren't going to do it. Us sleuths, we have more time on our hands, I suppose. We're not sitting there waiting for some kind of solution to come to come to us. We're out there searching for it. Aw, thank you, Laura. That's so sweet of you. Thank you very much. Yeah, and like I said, it's gonna make a lot more sense as we're going along as to why I'm being so in depth too with Gannon's case, because I understand, that a lot of this information has been out for a very long time on Gannon. A lot of people have deep dived into, taken a deep dive into it. But again, I want to show you guys what I'm seeing in the patterns and what I'm seeing in Chris and Katie. And I'm not saying that the outcome is the same. What I'm saying is that when there's guilty parties, they act guilty. And I want to show that. Um, oh, okay. All that is unseen says within the last week in Jennifer's lives, she said that it might have been 10 days or 2 weeks. Oh, okay. Oh, wow. Panic lover. Crazy bird. She says, "Don't trust Jennifer K." she she said the flashlights are nothing. Yeah, I mean, here, I think she definitely went back and forth. Carla. I know. I hear you. Um, I go back and forth. I anybody that supports and is talking about Sebastian, I try to show them support too. But again, I have information and I watched somebody that was very chirpy in her chat and she had no idea who that lady was or how she was connected to Sebastian's case. That concerns me, her being an ex FBI person, right? Or whatever. 25 years is the limit. But I respect her, right? I respect Jennifer. But again, like I said earlier in the podcast here, Sebastian has brought out the good, the bad, and the ugly in a lot of people. So I'm just going to continue staying the course. And, I hope that she is right. I'd like to be wrong on that. But I understand. I know Crazy Bird, and that happened. A lot of people were right there, right there. So, thank you, Detroit. Oh my gosh, when you guys hype the videos, thank you so much for hyping, you guys. Because I know a lot of times you guys will do it and do like a sneaky hype or something, and I don't know about it, but I think it's so great and I appreciate it so much. And again, definitely go back if you guys want to watch any of these or analyze them, or if you start seeing these same patterns that I'm recognizing in Chris and Katie's behaviors, mannerisms, and statements, definitely shout them out in the comments and, we'll incorporate them. There might be some that I'm missing and that I don't see. But, I'd really like to go over their statements and some of the things, as it pertains to um, Sebastian and Gannon, so yeah, I know, exactly. Well, and the thing is maybe she thinks and the thing is, I don't mind people if we disagree, because look, I have a lot of friends of mine that are like, or subscribers, members, all of you guys, part of the Dragon Tribe, that we might not always agree, but I think that's a good thing because again, I like to hear the different perspectives, but what I don't like is the flip-flopping. I don't like the jumping ship. I don't like the turncoat shit. I don't like it because we've seen it too much in Sebastian's case, and it makes me feel uneasy. So it makes me feel uneasy, right? It should be about finding Sebastian, period, all day, every day. That's all we need. Um, I don't know. Yeah, I know all those unseen. No, and it's totally fine. Like I said, she's been, uh, she served 25 years in the FBI. Like her experience supersedes mine all day. But I think that a lot of people were turned off by some of the flip-floppiness, flipping and flopping. you know, the hokey pokey. No, Jen doesn't really do the hokey pokey. Jennifer doesn't. Um, so Cheryl says, I don't know about that lady. Yeah, absolutely. All this unseen. And thank you. Um, not you, her. She is an ex FBI and the one that tries to say bullcrap to get views. Yeah, well, I know. Well, I think a lot of it is too. And whenever she had Doug Bishop on too, and that's another thing that's really hard is there a lot of people that are like intertwined with each other. And then it's hard because then it's like, well, I've known you for this long, and now that there's a difference of opinion, um, again, I just don't like that cult mentality or that, if you're not with me, you're against me, because that's not really it, guys. And not only that, there can be things that we disagree on in one aspect and completely agree on in others. So, I'm very hesitant to just like shut people down just because they have a difference of opinion. Um, again, it's always good to be respectful, but yeah, we're always going to have disagreements or places where we just, don't align exactly. But I think at the core of all of it, we just want to see Sebastian go home to his family, particularly his father, who's been looking for him. And again, we do not see Chris and Katie doing that. Why was Letitia criticized in the beginning? Because she wasn't looking. Same goes for Katie, right? If Al would have stood by and let Letitia pull all her shit, he would have been just as guilty in the public opinion as Letitia. And that goes for you, Chrissy Pissy Pants, if you're listening. Little teeny weeny shrivel little, right? So that goes for you, bud. So, you want to continue to stand by Katie, even though you were out of town. You were in Memphis. You were working at the St. Jude Project, right? You had one earbud in over here and the other one over here. Bullshit. Because if you didn't have involvement, you would have flipped on Katie like a fucking flapjack. So, tell me another one. You absolutely have involvement, in my opinion. And I don't care how mad you get, stay mad. So, Detroit. And we do want the truth. That's right. That's right. Hey, Carla, that's all we want. You know? Yeah, the clickbait. I know. I don't understand why somebody that of that caliber would need to have that. Look, if I could, slap the FBI logo on my name. No, I'm just kidding. I could get an FBI hat that says it on there, Detroit. you know. Yeah, oh, definitely. Absolutely. But the core of it is that he doesn't have um he didn't have any skin in the game. He's completely innocent. So I think it's a fair and valid representation and comparison. I'm really looking forward to going over it with you guys just to kind of show these patterns and really call out the bullshit of the proud feet because I'm sick and tired of it. I've had it, and I get like very spicy when we start talking about it because again, I could get spicy when I'm talking about Al and seeing how everything unfolded, but then again, I can also understand some of where he's coming from and what he dealt with and why we can understand the why. For Chris and Katie, there is no understanding it, right? It's just evil, it's vindictive, it's hateful, right? And but it's also very manipulative and we'll see the same elements and the same dynamics. So, but again, I think I found also some connections because I there's no doubt in my mind that Chris and Katie did not act alone completely in all of this. So, we're just going to stay on top of it. And again, any ideas are welcome, guys, always. So, aw, thank you, Detroit. That's hilarious. I could just see me wearing my hat, like JLR over here, pretending I'm part of the FBI. Oh, Lord. I get like a beret. No, I'm just kidding. Oh, gosh. Oh my goodness. But no, but I think you guys are also intuitive and you guys care so much. You guys do just like the best job also of just keeping me on my toes and, bringing in new ideas and things I didn't even think of. So I so appreciate you guys too. And again, this is always going to be a group effort. So if we have a bunch of schlubs, in my opinion, like we have in Sumner County, just wanting to sit in their office all day. I almost said shit in their office. sit in their office all day, where Sebastian definitely is not, and not do anything, then we have no choice but to, start doing some of their job for them and see what we can come up with. Um, but again, people have been over this shit for a really long time. Um, and I think Craddock is absolutely hiding for I mean, look, he has no problem talking when he's the one in control. He hates being asked questions. When people hate being asked questions, that means that they're hiding something, in my opinion. So, but guys, I appreciate you guys being here with me. Thank you all so much for also being patient with me as I'm pushing out content. But we're definitely going to get the live streams rolling and rolling. And again, I do want to remind everybody that I do have a trip coming up in the beginning of May, towards, around well, we'll just say in the beginning of May. That I'm going to go see my daughter graduate from college the second time, right? She's getting her master's. I'm super excited, super proud of her. So I'm going to just try to push as much out as I possibly can. Um, and then just depending on how money is, because gas has gone up significantly. We were bitching about it in the Discord, actually, some of us. Um, but I might be able to stay, and do maybe a search with Jen while I'm there. If I could, maybe even rent the car like for a little bit longer, just depending. But I don't want to make any promises. But I would definitely like to do something like that, either a search or awareness um, for Sebastian when I roll through. So, well, I love you all so much. Again, please let me know what you think in the comments. And let's just keep on trying to find Sebastian. Let's get justice for Gannon twice. And, let's just keep saying our prayers, guys, and keeping, our eyes on the prize and stay in the course. So, um, you know, the truth will always come to light. So, aw, thank you. Oh, good, Detroit. Oh my gosh, thank you so much for the update too. Oh, that is so wonderful. Yay. Oh, thank you, Detroit. Oh my goodness. I am so happy. Yes. Well, good, because we've been praying. And guys, that's there's just so much power in that. There's just so much power in that. Pray for each other for good. Pray for each other if we're going through it. Um, absolutely. So, all right. You guys all have a wonderful rest of your day.